Hi, welcome to Requiem Metal Podcast. This is a special episode.
Yeah, special indeed. So this is Jason and Mark. Most of you already know that, but we are taking a 2-week break from our American Doom series, and instead we are going to give sort of a special presentation of a couple of our older Patreon-only episodes from our Thrash series, which was the last time we kind of did a genre series, and we thought these were...
last year?
Yeah, it was end of last year. Yeah, we kind of finished right around Christmas time when Chris was here. I remember New Year's Eve we recorded the Forbidden show.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And so yeah, we just those of you who have been listening to our series know that we've been presenting some really epic, gigantic episodes, and this will give everybody a chance, to digest those episodes. So if you're already a patron, you've heard the Heathen show or the Flotsam and Jetsam shows that we'll present here. But if you're not a patron and you like what you're going to hear, then please, go to Requiem Podcast, requiemmetal.com, and then click on the link to Patreon, or you can go to patreon.com/Requiem Podcast, and you can sign up to be a Patreon there. We present a lot of special episodes like this. We'll be doing special episodes of our Doom series soon as well. So if you like what you hear and you like this kind of exclusivity, then that's the place to go. We really do appreciate all of our patrons for their donations, and we're welcoming for any new ones. So enjoy these kind of special presentations, and we'll be back after the 4th of July with our American Doom series. So enjoy Heathen and enjoy Flotsam and Jetsam.
The most racist institutions are the churches. You can listen to the broadcast over and over. You can listen to the broadcast. You can hear hate. You just listen with a close ear, with a scrutinizing mind. You can hear hate all the time, teaching people to hate one another. I've got to find out who's willing to think. It's only right that I get somebody to be like I am. I want you to be like me. I don't want you to worship me. I want you to be like I am. I want you to become what I am. I want you to enjoy the fearlessness that I have, the courage that I have, the compassion that I have, the love that I have, the all-encompassing mercy that I am. I want you to be what I am and something greater. I want you to give you more than I have. I want you to be greater than I am. And if you don't want to go this route, then go to hell where you want to, but don't bother me.
You must control your own mind. You're the only one that can release you. It's yourself you got to fight. Both get money into the jet, then the place with God. In our eyes is contradiction and religious wrong. Hypnotized, that's what they say. Your mind is under their control. Hypnotized, it will obey. Your fate will soon be gone.
Hi, welcome to Requiem Metal Podcast. This is a special episode.
Yeah, special indeed. So this is Jason and Mark. Most of you already know that, but we are taking a 2-week break from our American Doom series, and instead we are going to give sort of a special presentation of a couple of our older Patreon-only episodes from our Thrash series, which was the last time we kind of did a genre series, and we thought these were...
last year?
Yeah, it was end of last year. Yeah, we kind of finished right around Christmas time when Chris was here. I remember New Year's Eve we recorded the Forbidden show.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And so, yeah, we just those of you who have been listening to our series know that we've been presenting some really epic, gigantic episodes, and this will give everybody a chance, to digest those episodes. So if you're already a patron, you've heard the Heathen show or the Flotsam and Jetsam shows that we'll present here. But if you're not a patron and you like what you're going to hear, then please, go to Requiem Podcast, requiemmetal.com, and then click on the link to Patreon, or you can go to patreon.com/Requiem Podcast, and you can sign up to be a Patreon there. We present a lot of special episodes like this. We'll be doing special episodes of our Doom series soon as well. So if you like what you hear and you like this kind of exclusivity, then that's the place to go. We really do appreciate all of our patrons for their donations, and we're welcoming for any new ones. So enjoy these kind of special presentations, and we'll be back after the 4th of July with our American Doom series. So enjoy Heathen and enjoy Flotsam and Jetsam.
The most racist institutions are the churches. You can listen to the broadcast over and over. You can listen to the broadcast. You can hear hate. You just listen with a close ear, with a scrutinizing mind. You can hear hate all the time, teaching people to hate one another. I've got to find out who's willing to think. It's only right that I get somebody to be like I am. I want you to be like me. I don't want you to worship me. I want you to be like I am. I want you to become what I am. I want you to enjoy the fearlessness that I have, the courage that I have, the compassion that I have, the love that I have, the all-encompassing mercy that I am. I want you to be what I am and something greater. I want you to give you more than I have. I want you to be greater than I am. And if you don't want to go this route, then go to hell where you want to, but don't bother me.
justified. Both given into the church, stand in place with God. In our eyes it's contradiction and religious fraud. Hypnotized by what they say, your mind is under their control. Hypnotized, you will obey, your fate will soon be gone.
All right, you just heard Hypnotized from Heathen's Victim of Deception album from 1991. This is the Thrash Extravaganza Patreon episode bonus number 3. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. I guess we do need to do intros, but then I think about like, oh, these are for the patrons. So they kind of already know who we are, but still, it's kind of like a habit that we get into.
Yeah, if we don't, we're going to forget who we are.
That's true. Yeah, you don't want that. That's like an existential crisis, so... I guess if we offer these episodes like, in the future as like downloadable episodes as like normal shows, like a year from now, like I guess it's probably smart that we introduce it. So future Americans, if you're hearing this like a year from now, there you go. We are Mark and Jason.
Just for future consistency, we've done this for every single episode.
You got it. And this is the poll winner by a pretty big kind of landslide from our patrons. And so I guess this is technically the first episode we've done that's like kind of directly impacted by the patrons, which is pretty cool. Mm-hmm. And we have a lot of new ones actually welcoming for their first like brand new episode. Obviously, a lot of our new patrons like had access to the older stuff, but pretty awesome. We've really gained some traction. So welcome all new patrons who have joined us at the very tail end of the Thrash journey here for this bonus episode.
I think people have liked the weekly consistency.
Yeah, I definitely
think that's in this day and age, people need something to look forward to.
Yeah, and I had a cool conversation, and I think it was in text, I'm pretty sure, with Joe Schaefer, who has joined us for Tribulation and helped us out with the Snow White episode and things like that. He sent
messages along to us too.
Oh, did he? Okay.
For different, for audio messages for different episodes.
Yeah, for episode 200 and things like that as well. And I'm kind of scrolling back, but we were just kind of like chatting a little bit. See if I can find it, but we just kind of got on like a thing where what is it? I just kind of asked him. I said, "Hey, shoot me straight. You're kind of like I trust your opinion," and he's kind of up to date on like a lot of our stuff. And I just said, I feel like we've kind of had like a nice kind of flow, a good quality in some of our recent run, blah, blah, blah. And he just said, "No, dude, you guys have really found a groove." And he just said, and I just kind of asked him, I said, "What do you think the difference is?" He goes, "I think the difference is research." He goes, "It's the difference between fandom and professionalism." And I was like, "Cool, man. I appreciate that." And so, me as a guy writes for Decibel and various kind of outlets and stuff. And so, he's out there kind of also trying to, professionally or take an analytical look at metal and stuff. And so, he just said, "Dude, you've really kicked it up. You guys have really kicked it up top a notch, and this Thrash series is kind of really working." And so I was like, cool, so
that's good.
I mean, it's just one voice, but like, it's a voice that I trust. And again, some of the vibes I've kind of gotten, have been really cool from stuff. And so, I
know I've put more, I think just having the kind of week-to-week schedule, and we've been doing a lot of these over Zoom, so we're just kind of doing one at a time.
Yeah,
having that like day or 2 days, where I like sit down and just write notes, and it's become more of like not a job, but it's just become more serious.
Yeah, and you kind of work it into your weekly schedule a little bit.
And I think I've gotten actually more enjoyment out of doing it that way too.
Yeah,
because I was not looking forward to listening to this at all for some reason.
Oh, really?
I was just like, fuck, I don't want to listen to this right now. I want to just do whatever I want to do. And I sit down and listen to it. I was like, oh, interesting.
Yeah. There's some cool stuff going on there. I guess I'll talk about the cool stuff for at least the song people just heard before we kind of, get off on tangents or whatever. But I mean, I think you hear it with like a song like Hypnotized, kind of why people really dig about like, in particular, this Heathen record. And we're going to talk about their older stuff, and we'll talk a little bit about their more recent stuff. But in particular, I think this one hits pretty nice.
The guitar tone is like total Master of Puppets. Justice for All. Even like the drum production sounds very Injustice. Even the drum patterns, how Lars has really weird choices. This dude also has very weird choices.
Yeah, Darren Minter is the drummer, at least on this record. But and I mean, you get this great, opening intro with a great quote from Jim Jones, famous cult leader, which seems kind of like apropos to be talking about sort of the danger of sort of cultish mentality in this day and age. Yeah. But you kind of lock into it's a very dark, moody, very like Injustice, right? Like Injustice has this like moodiness to it,
It's like Injustice and Queensryche mixed together.
Yeah, no, that's a great feel. You know what else I hear a lot too, and I'm kind of curious if it jumped out to you because I wrote Queensryche down and stuff, especially maybe this song in particular. But I hear a lot of late '80s like Overkill, like even like Horoscope almost too.
Oh yeah,
kind of that feel.
Yeah,
whatever that feel is with like God, what is the album right before Horoscope? I can picture the cover. Oh, and it had like longer, moodier kind of, Overkill songs that were like slower and doomier at times. It also had some of the speed stuff that you expect from Overkill. It might be the one that Decibel put in the Hall of Fame that was like put out in like 88 or 89.
Years of Decay?
Yeah, it might be Years of Decay that I'm kind of thinking of. Yeah.
Okay.
So like it's got like a Years of Decay feel, Horoscope, where like they're stretching themselves out a little bit more, you know? So yeah, I definitely get that kind of vibe. You know, I guess, you know, you got Hanneman and King in terms of like great twin lead thrash guys. Holt and Hunting a little bit. I mean, I don't know if they both were trading leads off all the time.
I think they were.
That's the feel I kind of get from them. Yeah. How, you know, these guys, you know, Doug Piercy and Lee Altus, you know, we'll talk more about the build-up band.
Yeah, this almost reminds me more of like of Hetfield and Hammett.
Really? You get that?
Like the down picking?
Oh, in terms of like that part, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I guess what it is these guys trade solos back and forth, which is like Hatfield didn't really play too many solos. It was more of the Hammett show.
True.
You know what I mean? So I guess I'm just thinking like, you know, you have the violent twin lead guys like Exodus and Slayer, but like these guys almost like are the Iron Maiden twin lead of like thrash or something like that.
It's like Adrian Smith and Dave Murray.
Yeah, it's like both guys have like really awesome ability. Neither is only the rhythm player, you know, and so
they're pretty distinct when you hear the solos come in, like who's doing what. I'm not sure who's doing what, but style-wise, it definitely shows off.
Yeah, and so, you know, like you said, the thrashing patterns you get, like the palm mute and the down picking and stuff is like really just, you know, it really, like you said, reminiscent of Masters and Justice. And
do you want a hot take real early in the show?
Yeah, why not?
I would say that the guitar tone on this album is in the top 10 of all thrash albums ever.
I kind of thought this would like sweeten the pot for you, you know, because I get some, and again, I get like tone of like a Violence or something too. You know, they're not approaching it the same way Violence, but it has that like that amazing crunch that Violence got and that Masters gets and things like that.
Yeah.
No, I can see that, you know, and it's got the epic kind of drama too that you hear in Injustice in terms of some of the things that the songs do. And like even Rust in Peace kind of has some of that as well, where like they've just got their eyes on the prize of like really pushing their abilities. And it's weird because, you know, we mentioned Queensryche, and I think so often this record gets like a tag of being like a tech thrash or a prog thrash thing. And it has like tendencies, but it's not pretentious. And I think that's why it's like really listenable, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't really throw it in that category. That seems weird. The only thing that really seems, I think, more progressive about it is just the fact that the solos are so kind of out of left field sometimes. Yeah. Some of these songs, it sounds like you've got like a kid at his guitar teacher doing this like really good rhythm piece, and then the guitar teacher comes in and throws some ridiculous arpeggiated solo over it.
Yeah.
But it works.
Yeah. Maybe it seems, you know what the band kind of sometimes seems like? It almost seems like they have like two Alex Skolnick type dudes in the band.
Yeah.
You know, instead of an Eric Peterson and a Skolnick, you know, Peterson sort of doing what like Hetfield does. It's like two guys that have like neoclassical aspirations, the way like Skolnick was like almost better trained than most of the lead guitar guys in the thrash metal scene. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he was 14.
Yeah, you know, and I get the feeling like both these guys are kind of, you know, sort of part of that and stuff. But
I think they come out of, since they're a little bit, I think older than, maybe 3 years older than a lot of the other guys in that San Francisco scene, I think that they're pulling maybe some more hard rock 70s elements in than New
Without a doubt. Yep. And when we go back into the backstory, I actually heard a really cool interview, and I think it kind of like, I think it answers a lot of the questions that we maybe are bringing up, but I'll kind of save that for when we get into the backstory. But just to sort of put the kind of final touch on Hypnotized, because you know how we have a tendency to kind of leave the intro song behind because we go on tangents pretty quick, and I don't want to leave Hypnotized behind because it's a fucking hell of an opener.
Yeah.
Like you get like almost 2.5 minutes before Dave kind of comes in on vocals. You know, I mean, you get the Jim Jones intro, sure, you know, that takes a little bit, but like just fucking awesome, like long, epic kind of just guitars doing like fucking awesome riffs and shit. And then finally, like fucking Dave comes in and you're like, shit, this is going to be a banger, you know?
He's probably like outside of Bush, one of the best like traditional heavy metal singers from that era.
Without a doubt. And maybe that's where like people give it like a little bit more of the, it's the long songs, it's the better than average solos, and it's like his type of singing where maybe I could see where people add like the prog tag to it a little bit, but it still doesn't, it's not Watchtower, right? It's not.
I think it's the best stretch calling them prog.
Yeah. I mean, people call Queensryche prog too, but Queensryche, I don't know, like they're, yes,
they kind of exhibit more of the tendencies to me. It's like the pomposity and stuff. That's
sure.
part
It's
of
a little bit more. It's a little more pompous. Yep. Yeah, you're right. But I guess it's like, again, it's all it has the musicianship of some of those bands without the pretense, and that's I think what's really fucking awesome about these guys.
Yeah, and I think White's got this weird thing going on, almost how like Belladonna doesn't really fit in with Anthrax, but it works.
But it works. Yep.
They have that same kind of like dichotomy. I think. Well, he fits in better. But as far as like a singer, almost a little bit out of place. That's kind of how vibe I got.
Yeah, there's something like kind of metal churches about his vocals too.
Yeah,
and that's kind of one of the things. Like when I first heard Metal Church, I didn't really know what to like do with them. And I've kind of slowly digested those first few Metal Churches through the past few years to the point where I'm like not only satisfied with them, but like kind of a big fan. But again, like. I think I thought Metal Church was supposed to sound like Megadeth and Metallica, and they didn't. And so I was like, So I just kind of like set them over there and was like, I don't really want to deal with this because I don't know what to do with it,
Yeah,
so.
There's a lot of those bands now that I think with 25 years of history, you can make a lot more sense out of them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you and I are more attuned to vocals like this now than we were when we were like 16,
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I think that kind of helps a little bit. So
yeah, I needed some more rasp or something in them, like. Anybody like John Bush was pushing it. I was like, he's a good singer, but I want to hear like Tom Araya instead.
I really lucked out in that like Sound of White Noise was really my first Anthrax record that I got familiar with, so it wasn't so hard for me, to go. It was almost more hard to go back to Belladonna and then be like, this is weird, because honestly, and we talked about this in a recent episode that we did, a normal one. We were talking about Anthrax a bit. Like, I think my first Anthrax was like Killer Bees, and Scotty's singing on a lot of that. And Scott's got more of like a gruff kind of approach, right? So like, I kind of thought that's what Anthrax was. And then I heard John Bush. Then I went back and I heard like Belladonna, and I was like, who's this guy? Like it was weird. Like I completely, and then you probably talk to people like, like King Fowley, who's like, he's like a Neil Turbin guy, and you're like, okay, he started with Neil Turbin. That's his vocalist, and he had a tough time transitioning to like Joey. And you're just like, weird. How weird we are, It's probably like they're Maiden fans. They're like, fuck you, Bruce Dickinson. I'm Paul Di'Anno. If you were like into the band, like right at the beginning, like you might have felt kind of weirdly betrayed. And that's like a weird thought to me to think about that. But then again,
Maiden, I mean, there's like Di'Anno had more of an edge, for sure.
Yeah, but then I think about like a guy like you, whose first like kind of real big Maiden experience was like Blaze, almost. You know what I mean? So it's like,
as far as buying the record new on the shelf, yeah.
And it's like me, like what's the first Slayer CD like I bought like brand new, like when it came out, was Divine Intervention. It's like that's a weird. Not that I had the other stuff too, but. Speaking of Joe Schaefer, and this may be a good gateway for us to kind of chat about some of the stuff that we've sort of been up to, I guess. He tweeted something out about like fucking how much he loves, he kind of rediscovered like Divine Intervention. And I I messaged him on Twitter, and I was like, that Mark and I are pretty big fans of that record. It kind of doesn't get talked about much. And he goes, actually, it was listening to your Forbidden show that got me to like relook at that episode because of Boss Off, and now I'm like a fucking huge fan. So I was like, yeah, that's cool, man. If we can get people into shit, it's kind of fun. So,
or just to one of my favorite things we do on the show is to go back and look at a record that we dismissed or had like kind of just not super great ideas about originally.
Yeah,
and coming in fresh. Coming in like analytical, and then like coming away with like, wow, this is way better than I ever gave it credit for.
Yeah. No, it's been one of my favorite parts of this journey. I'm a little sad to kind of leave it behind, but I'm also excited to get a little bit of a mental break, because I think I need one just with like some of the stresses of school that I was talking to Mark about kind of prior, and you've got a lot of, things in the iron as well.
Yeah.
But I also want to do, and I think we've talked about this on the Patron show, and so it's okay to kind of, talk. But, we are kind of setting up to work with Ian Glasper of Stampin' Ground and Terrorizer fame. And he's written a bunch of books on kind of British punk and British hardcore. And I want to get through those books a little bit. And I know I'm going to lend them to you as well, and it's like I haven't had much of a chance lately, because if I do have free time, it's like, oh, shit, I need to like prep Forbidden or prep Demolition Hammer, prep Heathen and stuff. And that's all fun. Like you said, it's great, but it's like, shit, we need some time to actually, if we're going to do these wild episodes with like a guest, we should, get our shit together a little bit. So I was like, as long as we have time to get our shit together before we record with them, I think that's a good thing,
Yeah. I want to go in and informed.
Yeah, exactly. So we don't sound like I think you mentioned it, like Chris Farley in the skit.
Yeah. Yeah. That's cool. Remember that?
So like exploit it. Yeah. Like they seem cool, right?
GBH, man. Charge. They're cool, right? Yeah.
Yeah, man. You like that record? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's real cool.
And then in the meantime, Mark and I have talked about, as kind of a placeholder, we're obviously going to put some like old patron shows out in the regular feed. And so kind of look for that. And the feedback we've gotten on that was all really positive. But the one thing that they talked about that Mark and I have kind of been working on is a couple more people commented after you and I talked last time, Mark, that the, wanting a direct download feed is like certainly ideal. And so just so patrons know, Mark and I have actually kind of been looking into it. And we're seeing if we can run that off of our Squarespace website.
I think I can. Right now, the only issue I'm trying to figure out is if I can keep it hidden.
Oh, okay. As a separate feed.
Yeah, so it's not publicly available.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a way. I'm trying to think of how we do it, like how it happened with the wrestling.
They might use one of those services.
They must.
I don't want to pay another, $100 a year for.
Yeah. Yeah, I
some
feel
very
like
specific thing.
What they did is maybe they sent an email, and it's like, here's the link, click on this, and it's like a subscription link, and then it basically like feeds into, like it takes you directly to like Apple Music or something like that, and then like you're subscribing to both the regular feed and the separate feed, but you only get the downloads of it if you're a patron, or whatever.
It doesn't show up public or something.
No, not at all. And so, yeah. So again, just so you patrons know, we're really looking into that, because I've also felt the same frustration, where like I'll pause an episode because I'm, going somewhere, and then I'll go back and it doesn't like remember where I left off. And I mean, these patron episodes are like 3.5 hours. And so you're just like, fuck. And then you're doing like the whole pan and scan kind of scroll bar and stuff. And, it's not conducive. And so I think like, the more we do that, I think the more it will, not only make the people currently as patrons happy, but maybe be a little bit more appealing to some other people as well. So just so you patrons know, we're working on that shit for you. So
we just work slow around here.
Yeah. Progress. We're two guys that have real jobs that are also like doing this thing on the side and trying to do it well. And so it's like shit. We don't always have time to do all the technology things, but
yeah, I think there's a couple people that have sent me emails about stuff that I've been really bad about following up more than just once, because I'm checking stuff out and then something else comes up, and it's like this last couple weeks has just been like putting fires out every day. Yeah, and that's how I felt. Is like if we were originally going to maybe try and record this like Thursday, and I mean if we had done it like I would have killed myself Wednesday trying to get notes together for it, but yeah. Shit, I'm really glad that I got one more night to like recover, and even then I've been sleeping like shit lately. I don't know what it is. Like I've been surviving like 4 hours of sleep and drinking a lot of coffee, and I'm just like, oof, I just need to get stress,
to this.
Probably, dude.
Yeah, it's not good. So I need to like get my body aligned this weekend and stuff. And I did it to myself because, like I don't know if people with the quarantine and COVID, like there's like a critical mass point that probably each person sort of has where they reach kind of a breaking point. And I feel like mine was right after Thanksgiving when I kind of got COVID exposed and was kind of self-quarantining, which is why Mark and I have been doing a lot of these, Zoom style. And, we went full virtual for the very first time all year. And so the amount of workload like really increased. And then there were all these like external questions that were coming at me. With like the trips that I take in the summer, my tour person was like calling me and like, hey, if we're going to travel in 2022, you need to have a parent meeting before Christmas. And I was like, how do I get a hold of parents? Like, how do I do this? I'm stuck in my basement. And I just got to this point where I shut down a little bit. Like I did my lessons. I taught, I did what I did, but I didn't want to fucking grade. All I cared about was the only thing I could like mentally like give a shit about outside of teaching was like doing podcasts with you, like that was like my solace in like that kind of madness. And so I didn't grade for like the last 3 weeks going into Christmas. And then like Christmas break, I just kind of used that as like cleansing time. And then like the weekend we came back from Christmas break, like 2 weeks ago, I had this like fucking panic attack where I was like, oh my God, I have like 2 months worth of grading to do and like grades are due in like a week. And I was like, and so it just became, I did it to myself, right? Like I just, but it's like I needed like a mental break because I was staring at a computer, talking to kids through a computer from like, 8 a.m. or 8:30 a.m. to like 3 o'clock. And then I would sit.
It's not good for you, man.
Well, it's not good. Exactly.
It's not good for anybody. I did it all day yesterday, and I was like, how does anybody do this all day as for a job?
It's fucking terrible. And then I would sit down at night and have to type up all the lesson plans for the next day so that they're already uploaded up there because there's some kids that are virtual, which means like they don't have to show up to those like little virtual sessions. They just do it all on their own. So you have to script out everything for them. And so like I would be staring at the screen like all night. And then I would like be like, well, if I'm going to grade, that means I have to grade on the computer because that's where they're submitting their assignments. And I just like the thought of like doing that, like churned my stomach. So I just like shut it all down. I was like, I can't do this shit right now. So, and now we're back. So like we're back in session. And so it's easier because I can like face to face, I can interact with the kids in like a somewhat normal way, And so it's kind of cured my soul a bit, but now I'm like playing mass catch up and shit. And, I'm trying to I want to start exercising. I got a yoga thing that for Christmas, it was like my Christmas present to myself to like get myself like some kind of routine. And like I said, I've been getting 4 hours of sleep and drinking lots of, I haven't done shit. You know what I mean? It's like, God
it's tough. Yeah. I'm completely out of my normal, usually I would exercise 3 days a week, just doing weights. And I've just had no motivation to do shit. Mm-hmm. It's real kind of, especially just everybody's pissed off. Everybody's upset. They don't know there's like all this uncertainty around almost everything.
Yeah.
And I think people are just like, everybody's in a little bit of a depressive state.
Sure.
Everybody's probably drinking too much, eating too much, not exercising, not socializing. Their bodies are just kind of at wit's end, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, it's shitty out right now. Here in Michigan, there's no snow at all.
Yeah.
It's been 30 degrees. It's just this
gray.
miserable.
It's like gray and wet and cold. And yeah.
The days that we do, there's like 3 or 4 days ago where it was actually sunny outside. But it's still like 30 degrees. But, I took the dog for a really long walk and I was making excuses just to do shit outside to be in the sun. I was like, man, I've not felt like this in a long time.
Yeah.
No, usually I'm perfectly content to huddle inside and do stuff, but man, this year I'm just like, fuck.
No, it's smart. Forcing yourself to do that stuff, I think, is really healthy. And I got to set that routine up for myself. So I'm kind of in a weird spot with that, but I'm hoping this weekend, tomorrow, I'm going to sleep in, get caught up a little bit, like kind of just do some self-care, and my principle is always like, make sure you take care of yourself. And I want to be like, I get it. Like, yes, that's good advice. But like, there's also the reality that like, I was talking to her about like my lesson plans and how I have to type all that stuff up. And she goes, well, can't you just record your lectures that you give in like my rock history class? I said, I can, but when you're recording your lectures and then I play song clips, it's going to be like, like that's what they're going to hear on the other end. They're going to hear like this, like I'm playing like a Beatles song or something like that. And it's just going to sound like shit. And like, there's nothing inspiring about that to a kid who's trying to get like excited about like music, right? Like,
Yeah.
so I'm like, there's no, I would almost need like a professional like editor, right? To that is like sitting there like, mixing my lectures for me, and then like, releasing those, out to the public or whatever. So
It could be done, but that's like yet another step.
Exactly. Exactly. So I'm like, no, I'll just script it. It's fine. And the good news is it's all fucking done. So like for future years, like it's all there. I don't ever have to do this again. All I have to do is like tweak a couple things every so often. But like, it's not like I'm reinventing the wheel with how I teach rock and roll history every year. It's pretty much the same general narrative and the same kind of pattern. And so that's like what I keep telling myself to get through all this is like, okay, all this hard work will pay off because it basically means like I don't really have to write lesson plans for like my last like 6 or 7 years of teaching ever again. So
good.
It's kind of nice, I guess, from that standpoint. But yeah, like I'll think about grading and then I'll be like, you know what? I'm just gonna go read an X-Men comic and just calm myself down.
Yeah.
And so then I'll be like, then it's a cliffhanger. So I'm like, well, I'll just read the next one. And then like, I'll read like 3 or 4 in a row. So that's been like a nice little like gift, I guess. So for people keeping track, I'm up at like, John Byrne is gone. Unfortunately, he's left the book. I think he went on to maybe Fantastic Four. And I'm in what
year is this?
I've made it up to 81. So I'm in like issue 150. 151, somewhere around there. So
okay, because he went on. I think it was 83 or 84. He did that Superman reboot.
I think he did that in like 85, 86. It was after Crisis.
Was it that long?
Yeah, because Crisis on Infinite Earths was like 85, 86, and then I think that's when they rebooted like a bunch of titles at DC. And I think he did that, and maybe George Perez did the Wonder Woman comic, reboot or whatever. But yeah, so I think he goes on to Fantastic Four for a little bit or something. He left X-Men. So yeah, I'm done with Days of Future Past and with Dark Phoenix Saga, and Cyclops has left the team. Sadly, here's how you know you're old, Mark. I now, and you and I have talked about this like in a personal way. I relate to Cyclops sometimes. I hated Cyclops when I was a kid. Yeah, obviously I was a Wolverine fan because he's not the rule follower. He's the rebel, right? And now I have so much more respect for fucking Cyclops. I'm like, oh, Cyclops is making like all the really hard choices that no one else wants to make. And like, it's weird. It's like I identify with like the dad figure of the team now. I'm like, and I'm not even a dad, but it's just like, shit. I don't know if that's from years of coaching or being in charge of things, but I'm like,
maturity.
I've been on the end of where Cyclops is, where everybody's just bitching at you. And you're like, no, we have to fucking do this. Like, this is what
like now looking at those people like, or those characters, I wouldn't want to be Wolverine.
No.
How fucking shitty is that, man? You got all this extra trauma and stuff, and you're just like a berserker.
Exactly. Yeah, you're like violent tendencies, But again, when you're like a young kid, like Wolverine just seems like the fucking coolest,
Yeah.
Well, actually, the character I think I've been most impressed with, and I wish I had read it, and I don't know. Maybe when we were younger, I don't know if it was hard. Was it harder for you to identify with and or care about female characters in like comics and like cartoons when you were younger?
Not really.
Okay. I don't know if it was.
There wasn't a ton there.
Yeah. I guess what I was going to say is like the two characters I found myself most drawn to in this like current rereading is Storm. Mm-hmm. She's really incredibly written and really fascinating, and they've handled her with like incredible foresight for like the late 70s, early 80s. Like she's not a blaxploitation type portrayal or anything. Granted, she's, a different character being from Africa and all that kind of stuff. But it's impressive because sometimes like you'll read some of those like old comics and you kind of cringe at some of like, you're like, oh, that doesn't.
Or read like Luke Cage Power Man, and it's like Jewish dudes writing black language.
Exactly. So Storm has been really cool. And Kitty Pryde, man. I get why Kitty Pryde, like, I guess I didn't realize how big of a, like she's a 13-year-old when she joins. And so, like, she's the comic public. You know what I mean? Like, it's like their portent into like the real X-Men world through the eyes of this like 13-year-old. Probably what Peter Parker was in the original run of Spider-Man, right? This young teenage kid going through all this shit. So like that's why people love Peter Parker so much in the 60s, I feel like.
Well, yeah, he was a guy with same problems as you have, but he has to fight Doc Ock on the weekend.
Exactly.
And still do his homework.
Yeah, and Kitty's a 13-year-old who's surrounded by adults, so she wants to be like them because she feels part of that team, but at the same time she's still 13 and she's still going through like those things and stuff. So anyways, like that's been kind of cool to like reflect on which characters I seem to, identify with or respect, that maybe as a kid I don't know. Like I always liked Shadowcat and I always liked Storm, but they were never my favorite characters, and they seem to be like almost my favorite characters right now, and that's kind of interesting.
It's good that you can still enjoy the property, but in a completely different way.
Yeah. Have you gone back to any like old things like what I'm doing? Not necessarily comics, but just like I know you've gone back with like G.I. Joes and things, or
I did with with the Larry Hama comics.
Okay,
I go maybe every 10 years I reread those.
Okay. Has it changed your perception of like which characters you liked when you were a kid reading the comic versus like now, or have you had any of those kind of like weird experiences? Or
a little. Not there's so many characters in G.I. Joe.
That's true.
That you're still like the most interesting stuff is just the interplay between like Snake Eyes and Scarlet, and there's the whole hard master, soft master, ninja shit that's in the background. But just how great the writing is
kind of okay.
For like incidental characters is kind of insane.
Yeah, fuck, I forget Larry Hama wrote that, because Larry Hama's the guy that was he writing for Hulk when Wolverine was introduced, right?
Either that or he's an editor, too.
Okay. I think that Hama was writing Incredible Hulk because I think it's Incredible Hulk 181, I believe, is the first introduction of Wolverine. When Hulk's up in like Canada fighting Wendigo, and that's when like Wolverine shows up with that kind of really shitty version of Wolverine's costume. If you kind of remember, like it had like a weird face piece on it. It looked it looked like a bad like 50s Batman comic or face mask or something. So yeah, but. Yeah, so like X-Men's been a nice reprieve, and I've chipped away at some different movies and things like that, when I needed like kind of a mental break. I finished.
Have you seen Ghost Story?
No,
Fred Astaire
with Ryan Gosling?
No, it's from '81.
Oh, the Fred Astaire movie where the old people are telling the stories.
Yeah.
I know a lot about it, but I haven't tracked a copy down. I've heard really amazing things about it, like
fantastic
and things like that. Yeah,
it came out like that. The Changeling, and there's like 3 haunted house movies that came out within that year or 2 years of that are just still kind of like classic style.
Yeah,
but the
Poltergeist is 82, so it's kind of right around there.
Yeah, but Astaire's like 80 in this movie.
Yeah,
and it's got really John Houseman, who people know from like credit card commercials and stuff in the 80s. He was in the beginning of like The Fog.
Wasn't he a Shakespearean kind of dude? Like he
it
did,
sure
like,
seems like it.
I think he did some like I've seen him in like old stuff. I feel like he kind of fits in the same mold as who's the guy that directed Night of the Hunter?
Oh, the only movie that he did?
Yeah, Charles Lawton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Houseman and Charles Lawton and Laurence Olivier, I think they kind of go back to like that old theater background a little bit.
Oh, sure. This has Douglas Fairbanks Jr. too.
Oh, sweet. Kick-ass.
So it's but it's super because it's got it almost reminds me of like a Stephen King type vibe. How it's small town, this band of guys that are still together that have a secret. There's like flashbacks and lots of nudity. Weirdly,
okay.
But then it's Dick Smith who did like the Exorcist special effects. There's some unbelievable zombie effects in it.
That's kind of what I've heard, is that it actually like holds up really well from a practical effects kind of standpoint.
Yeah, everything about it holds up super well. Like it's I would say that and Changeling are two of my favorite like ghost story movies.
Changeling's great. I got my stepdad really into that. He seems to be like, I've kind of figured out his like horror movie kind of taste. He hates like teen stuff, so he hates slasher movies. He's never. I think he is not a like gore guy. he actually wants to be scared, and he doesn't find slasher movies or zombie movies to be scary. He just finds them to be violent, Yeah. So, but he loves like ghost stories. So,
well, this is the one, man.
yeah. So so I got
get
him
it cheap on Blu-ray.
Okay, I'll have to track that down. He's probably seen it, but yeah, like I got him in the Haunting of Hill House, and that like unsettled him a bit, like in a cool way. He was like, "Yeah, that really fucked me up." I'm like, "Cool, all right."
The
good.
series or the movie?
The series, yeah.
Yeah, the series is real good.
Yeah, I mean, even the movie's pretty entertaining too. I watched that, not the remake, but I watched the Vincent Price one recently. It was pretty entertaining.
The remake's terrible.
Yeah, I never saw it. I remember when we were in college when it came out. Remember the advertisements and shit.
I get it for free with my first DVD player, I think.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
I don't know I don't think I got anything free with my DVD player. I know that was like a thing for a while.
I got that in like Payback with Mel Gibson.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is actually a pretty good movie.
Is Payback the one that's kind of a remake of Point Blank? Kind of?
Yes.
The Marvin movie? That's what
Yeah.
I thought. Yeah.
Not anywhere near as good, but
No. What else was I going to say? Oh, I watched the original House of Wax recently.
I've been trying to find that. I really dig that movie.
I always go through like Turner Classic Movies, and I had it on my DVR from October because they show a lot of like old horror movies during Halloween month and stuff, and I keep them on there. It's like I don't always have 2 hours to sit down upstairs and just watch a movie, so I just kind of keep them on there for when I got time. And I think last Saturday I just was like, you know what, I'll fucking watch House of Wax, and it was cool. The special effects were, I mean, you've seen it, right? Probably a long time ago. Yeah. I mean, I think the special effects are really like kind of unsettling on the face, like it's like deformity. That's pretty like disturbing shit for that point,
Yeah, it has a vibe of like Hammer.
Yeah.
Like everything looks like it was done on a set.
Yes.
Really good like atmospheric lighting, and everything's obviously a set, but I really dig that
but
look.
it's cool. Yeah, no, I dig that too. And then let's see, what is the movie I watched? Oh, 2 nights ago. You ever seen Night Shift?
Isn't it like an anthology?
No, that's like a Stephen King type thing. I know what you're talking about. This is the first Ron Howard movie. And it was something I picked up when I was visiting Chris in North Carolina.
Is Henry Winkler in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the first Michael Keaton movie. And it's like Shelley Long. It's Ron Howard's first movie, but basically like Henry Winkler like plays against type. He's basically almost playing like a neurotic, like not cool character, like a Woody Allen type character.
I think I saw that years and years ago. I don't really remember much about it.
Yeah, it's not like essential. It's just like kind of a fun, whatever kind of movie that I just sort of put on the other night. And because I had picked it up used for like $2 and was like, I should probably watch this. And it seemed like I could like also grade what was kind of happening a bit. And they ended up running like a prostitution ring out of like a fucking morgue. Because they're working the night shift and they're running like a side hustle, and Shelley Long's like a prostitute and shit. It's like it's a pretty wild movie. Fucking what's the dude that crazy actor that was in Maniac? That's also like from Godfather and Godfather 2. He's the star of Maniac. That crazy like
I can picture his face. I have no idea what his name is though.
Yeah, he's in that. He plays like a random role, and whenever he's in a movie, it's like, okay, that guy's in this movie. This is going to be kind of a wild movie, Clint Howard's obviously in it because it's Ron Howard. Yeah, check that out. And then I watched the Chicago documentary on the band because not that I like newer Chicago, but I kind of got recently into like their first couple records, when they're like the 25 to 6 and 7 or whatever that song is, da 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 da. Because I was doing some reading and I had read a quote, and I think people know this, that Hendrix famously said that he thought that the guitar player in Chicago was the only guy that was like truly better than him. And so I started to look into some deep cuts, and I was like, holy shit, like Terry Koth, I think it was his name. And like, I got to ask Mike about him, our old manager, because I bet like Mike has some kind of thoughts on it, but his shit is fucking like insane. Now you guys
just on a streaming service?
Yeah, it was on Prime. It's not a great documentary. I'll be honest. I kind of get why Chicago is the way they are, because they're kind of fucking boring. like the dudes themselves, they don't really have any personality, but like, I just kind of wanted to know about them because you know, like you and I fucking grew up with like Peter Cetera era. And I guess that's like the Anomaly era. And I didn't realize that. That's when he like usurped the band in the 80s and like basically took them over and like turned them into like this safe ballad kind of band. But like they were just like this kind of crazy prog.
Like the similar to like when Peter Green got kicked out of or just left.
Fleetwood Mac. Yeah, it's almost like Genesis after like, you know, Peter Gabriel leaves or like after Peter Green leaves Fleetwood Mac or something. And so like I was just kind of like I've kind of been into like the like early Chicago records just from a, you know, guitar standpoint. You know, I'm not like a huge horn guy in rock, but like whatever. If the guitar stuff's cool, I can kind of get into it. And Steven Wilson actually remastered all those early ones, I guess. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of interesting. So I can recommend like the first 2 late 60s Chicago records. Are, you know, they got some pretty fucking killer guitar shit if you like that Hendrix, you know, Peter Green type stuff.
My mom had a bunch of the Peter Cetera era.
My mom loved that shit.
It was
too.
just ugh.
Oh, exactly. You know, every so often, like when they use "If You Need Me Now" in Three Kings, like I love that scene because it's so fucking funny. They're just driving through the desert, awkward silence with that song playing or whatever. But
didn't he do
like,
one of the later Karate Kid songs?
He did for Karate Kid 2. He does the theme song. Yeah. Is
it the "I'm Your Knight Who Will Fight for Your Honor" song?
I will fight. Yeah, whatever that song is.
I used to think that was cool when I was a kid.
Yeah, exactly. I just recently watched Karate Kid 2, and I was like, you know, like I can get where people would be into this song back then, but it's very much stuck in the 80s. But
of course,
Peter Cetera is kind of a dick too. He was like one of the only guys that declined. He has no part in that documentary. So
that says a lot.
Like he declined when they got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Like he didn't show up. So like I'm just like, all right, fuck you, Peter Cetera. So, there it is. Fuck you, Peter Cetera. So Heathen. That's our gateway. That's our fuck you. All right. We're
real quick. One more movie.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Amazon has had some great, or Prime has had some just great old schlock movies on there.
Okay.
As far as like recommendations. And I saw this Melanie Griffith movie from, I think it was the same year or the year before Working Girl, called Cherry 2000. It's this post-apocalyptic, it's like a 12-year-old wrote this thing. It's just absolutely ridiculous, but very enjoyable.
Is the character in it like Cherry?
Well, the whole premise is this guy, it's the future, and there's like, you know, the typical thing, there's the people that live out in the wastelands, and then there's the people that live within the cities, and the people in the cities have sex robots. And this guy's sex robot that he loves, they're fucking on the floor, and the dishwasher overflows and short circuits her. So he goes into the wastelands to find a tracker, which is Melanie Griffith, to go find a new body that he can put her old program into.
Oh my god,
that's your premise, but there's like some unbelievable action in it. It's a canon movie.
Oh yeah, okay.
So it's like tits, explosions, car chases, machine guns.
So it's like Grindhouse kind of ish, you know.
But it's amazing.
Yeah, no, I mean,
so fucking crazy.
It sounds entertaining. Yeah. That's cool. Melanie Griffith was also in that Brian De Palma movie where Body Double, where she's like naked that whole movie, I think. Did you ever see that? It came out around the same time as Dressed to Kill, when like De Palma was just doing these almost like borderline psychosocial or psychosexual like TNA movies.
I think I saw it years and years ago.
It's not as good as Dressed 20 years to Kill, ago. But it's okay. You know, it's a De Palma movie from that era, so it's like at least like worth checking out. But
yeah,
I saw her in her first movie during my quarantine watch. She's in that film noir movie with Hackman, Night Moves, which I think I recommend it to you. I don't know if you ever saw it, but
I think it's on one of my lists of.
Yeah, I've got it, or maybe I lent it to you. You might have my DVD copy of it actually. But it's Arthur Penn that did Bonnie and Clyde, and so it's like a weird. I don't know. I don't want to say too much because I want you to kind of watch it, but it's definitely like it leaves you sort of uncertain of what you just saw and what's kind of happening, and it's kind of a cool movie. So, but she's like really young in that. That's yeah. So speaking of really young, I didn't finish it, but before we were recording this, I was kind of upstairs watching Shampoo. You seen that before? Yeah.
Years ago.
Carrie Fisher's first movie. So kind of interesting.
I think that's originally why I watched it when I was younger.
Yeah, and it's definitely it's a weird, it's like a sex romp comedy kind of 60s commentary kind of thing. Warren Beatty and Goldie Hawn looking pretty good in that movie. Wow. So
what was that? That's pre-Star Wars.
Yeah, it's 75, so 2 years before. So
okay, yeah. And then she had a weird. She was like in Fish Called Wanda, The Burbs, and then what was it? It was like a delivery guy that she's having sex with or something, with Patrick Dempsey.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Talk about
yep. Yeah, it's not Can't Buy Me Love. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
It was like always on TV.
Yep. And then she disappeared for a long time, and I remember she showed up in Jay and Silent Bob as a nun, right? Who
oh, I don't even remember.
Do you remember that? She's a hit. They're hitchhiking. She picks him up, and there's a weird pubic hair joke about Carrie Fisher. I don't know. It's a weird. It was funny in the moment, but trying to explain it now, I don't know. I haven't seen that movie in a couple decades or whatever since it came out. But I
think that was her era where she wasn't acting as much, but she was doing speaking engagements and she writing books and stuff.
Yeah. Postcards from the Edge, isn't that her?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. So. Yeah. So, anyways, I'll let you know how Shampoo. I think it's on my list. It's on my big board to check off. So, gotta do that. So, gotta do it, man. So that's what I'm gonna do after we're done recording, and probably a little bit tomorrow night is just kind of watch a few movies, feel good about myself, try and exercise, and
wash your hair and watch Shampoo.
You better believe it, man. And think about Heathen a little bit more. So yeah. So as we kind of talk about this band for people that kind of don't know a lot about them, they're kind of formed by two guys, Lee Altus. And Lee Altus is kind of interesting background. And I think this maybe brings a unique flavor to the band, in that he moved to the U.S. at the age of 15 from the Soviet Union in the early 80s. And I think, I don't know, he immediately fell in love with the Bay Area, music scene that was sort of going on at the time. But he also was you brought it up before, a huge fan of not just American music, but I think coming from kind of Europe-y, Soviet Union, I guess, has some European flavor to it, even though it's kind of cut off at this point. He was a really big fan, and it's his number one influence, actually, in all of his songwriting is Thin Lizzy. And I think you can, when you're talking about
a little bit, maybe
the twin leads a little bit too. Yeah. I think that informed some of maybe how he wanted to put together a band that had two really great guitar players, kind of feeding off each other. Mm-hmm. And maybe even some of the wanting a good vocalist too, not just somebody that was kind of screaming, but somebody that could kind of hit some good harmonies and things like that. And so I think if you think about it for a moment, it makes sense how a band like Thin Lizzy shaped some of the thrash dimensions of what he wants to do, a little. And he gets together with Carl Sacco, the drummer, and they form the early version of Heathen. And then Carl Sacco actually goes on to drum at one point for Metal Church. So that's kind of a weird kind of connection there, because Metal Church is from Seattle. So I'm not really sure how he kind of got in the band. And I don't know. I guess in this
it's not too far, it's only about a 12-hour drive.
No. And plus, right, haven't we talked about in several episodes how in demand a good drummer is, Tony Scaglione being recruited for Slayer, and everyone wanted to find good drummers, so if they know who you are, then boom, Mm-hmm. And then they later start to add, you get Doug Piercy that ends up sort of joining the band. I think they formed, I want to say in 82 or 83 is when Heathen sort of formed, but they didn't really start kind of releasing kind of demos and different things like that until 85, 86. And Doug Piercy comes from Anvil Chorus, and he comes in as the second guitarist. And actually Anvil Chorus, not on Hypnotized, but on a later song we're going to hear called Prisoners of Fate, the other Anvil Chorus guitar player was a guy named shoot, I didn't write it down, but he does guest solos on 2 songs on Victims. And I'm trying to find his name real quick. Damn. It's like, what the hell is it? Shit. I'm looking in the credits here, and it's not sort of listing it. You could just look on Metallian. Yeah, anyways, he has like a weird name. It's like a German name. But yeah, so like Anvil Chorus kind of has like a weird kind of connection, as does Blind Illusion. Those kind of bands all sort of link up kind of together. Let me look here. What the hell is his name? Victims of Deception. Let's see. Lineup. Guess. Theon Rasmussen. That's who it is.
It's a good name.
Theon Rasmussen and Doug Piercy were the 2 guitar players on some of the early like Anvil Chorus kind of stuff. So there you go. Yeah. So it's weird. That's a kind of an interesting connection that kind of links up and stuff, is that band. And then they start to bring in and by the way, here's something like else. Piercy, who plays the leads on the most of what we're going to be kind of listening to, at least the early Heathen stuff, he now plays guitar with Blind Illusion. So when we listen to that brand new Blind Illusion song that we played, I think
the Crowbar Flies.
4, yeah, he's playing the guitar on that song. Nice. Along with Mark. So like again, it's just like this weird incestuous like kind of keeping track of who all these guys are. And then they bring in David Godfrey. And he goes by David Godfrey at first, but later adopts David White. But it's the same guy. And a lot of people think there were 2 vocalists in Heathen. But I guess what it was is that he was born David White.
It was his stepdad's name.
Stepdad's name, exactly. Yeah. And he came from Blind Illusion, not only as a singer from Blind Illusion, but he actually drummed on the early Blind Illusion shit in the late 70s, early 80s.
I saw that. It was kind of interesting.
So I listened to some interviews with him in more recent time about the new album, and it talks about how even though he's just the vocalist for the band, he actually can help them like write songs because he has like a real distinct musical background and has a background as a drummer. So that's cool. That's kind of cool, you know. So, and then by the time we get to like the debut stuff, you add a bass player, Mike Yastrzemski, who they just call Yaz. And
nobody can say his name.
Yeah, and he had been a guitar player for Griffin, and Griffin's one of those. But do you ever listen to Griffin like through Fenrez? Fenrez is a big
I have
promoter of them.
I have, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of picked them up. Like I don't know. I think when Griffin got reissued, I think they got reissued by a label that used to like service me in college, and so I got like a Slimline promo of this like Griffin Flight of the Griffin, and I put it on, and it was like it sounded like a 1984 like speed metal record, and so I was like, what? Like, you know what I mean? Like in 2001, I didn't know what to do with this. I didn't realize it was like a reissue, so I think I just kind of cast it aside and didn't really give a shit about it. And then years later, when like we discovered like Fenrez's like recommendations and playlists, I was like, oh, I fucking have a Slimline of that. And yeah, so that guy becomes the bassist now for Heathen, so he was playing guitar for them and shit. And so it's just really, really strange who some of the people that kind of weaved kind of in and out of this band. I mean, shit, even like Paul Baloff was like with the band from Exodus, like singing with them when David White temporarily left. There was like a little kind of tiff that they had in the band, and he left the band for a little bit.
He's done that several times.
What's that?
I think he's done that several times.
Yeah, has he? Okay. I mean, there's huge gaps that we're going to kind of talk about, and I don't know if that's because of him or because of like several members just wanting to kind of walk away.
Well, the dude from Metal Church was going to do vocals for him as well.
Oh, David, the other David. What the fuck's his name? David Wayne. He was going to come in and do vocals for him? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't.
But he was only there for a few days before White came back.
Yeah. And then even prior to like Piercy joining, because Piercy's on their debut record, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, called Breaking the Silence. There was even a guy named Jim Sanguinetti. Okay, now roll with me here. Who
left and did Mordred?
Fucking started Mordred. So there's like so there's like all these weird. And by the way, he wrote. Let me write it down. He wrote a song that we're going to be playing later. He wrote Heathen song. So he's he's like Dave Mustaine with like Ride the Lightning. You know what I mean? Like where like his songs are showing up in like later years or something like that. And it's like
it's a damn good song.
Yeah, it's a great song, and you go, oh shit, okay, fuck, man. So it's like it's like this weird family tree of all these guys, like Blind Illusion and Anvil Chorus and some of that kind of stuff. And so I thought it'd be kind of fun to like throw an Anvil Chorus song out to people, because this is very much a band that we will never ever do a show on. No. They don't really have anything. I was talking to Mark before we started recording. Like, he was like, well, have they put out like a discography or anything? I'm like, no. They have a demo from 81, and then they put out one single, a 7-inch, which is what we're going to hear in 1982.
There's a 2009 record too.
Yeah, and then that record's not very good. I didn't really listen to much of it. That's the only thing you find on Spotify and stuff. But I remember when we were putting together the countdown to episode 200 stuff, and I was going through the very first Pop-Off thrash book, I remember coming across some stuff about Anvil Chorus. And so like when I started doing research on Heathen, I was like, shit, man, like I remember them talking about Anvil Chorus was like a big live band in the scene. Like they meant a lot to like a lot of the younger bands, kind of like Blind Illusion did. And even Y&T to some extent, because Y&T was like the band that made it from San Francisco in the metal scene, at least in the early 80s, you know?
Yeah.
And I happened to finally find something about them. And so I went back, and it's in the Pop-Off book, The Birth of Thrash. And, it basically has like a little thing. It says Anvil Chorus are a rare local Bay Area band with actual product that had come out by 82. So the reason that people looked up to Anvil Chorus is because they actually had put out this single in 82 called Blondes in Black once again. And there's a quote here from Kirk Hammett. And he says, Anvil Chorus, they were a completely insane band with a great drummer, a great keyboard player who was classically trained, and two really, really great guitar players, of course, one of which is going to join Heathen, who were a bit more musically mature than the average musicians that were around at that time, or at least I felt. And they formed a type of heavy metal that had progressive elements to it, almost artsy. And they had keyboards over some of the riffs, but they had some heavy riffs. And they had this one song called Bow to the Church, which was actually about metal church. So it's like another weird, and he laughs in the quote. He says, which was pretty amazing. And they had some really great songs. They were one of the most popular Bay Area bands at one point, and they actually put out a single called Blondes in Black for a Bay Area hard rock metal band to put out a single. That was quite an accomplishment. I remember thinking they actually put out the single, and everybody was like, wow. It got played for maybe a couple weeks around the Bay Area college stations, and then they just kind of went somewhere else and moved on. But they had great songs. Doug played insane harmonies all the time, and they had this one song called Guitar Harmony, which is based around Doug and things. And of course, Doug is going to bring Guitar Harmony to Heathen, and we're not playing that song, but it's track 8 on Victims of Deception. So that was originally an Anvil Chorus song that they would play live back then. So that's why I thought, you know what, like, why not talk about Anvil Chorus? Because in a weird way, they are kind of a piece of Heathen, and they're a band that probably doesn't get their due. And I think they meant a lot to a lot of these Bay Area bands, even though a lot of people kind of don't know about them. And so, so you listen to the song. I mean, I didn't write too many notes about it because there's not a lot to say, but what was kind of your vibe that you got from the song that we're about to hear?
Let me find my notes.
Blondes in Black. While Mark's looking, I just said it's kind of sleazy, kind of 1982, kind of Kiss, Aerosmith riffs with, a little bit of like kind of Van Halen sort of shredding kind of sensibilities on it. And I said that the solo really reminded me of Scorpions, Sails of Charon a little bit.
Yeah, there's like some like New York Dolls isms and stuff too to it. It's just kind of the time. There's nothing like stand out amazing about this track, really.
But it's just like I said, I think it meant something to like I talk so often about like what it meant for me to see you and Chris put out Requiem in the record store and just being like, holy shit, there's people here that are doing something,
Yeah,
and sometimes
it makes you feel like part of the community.
Yeah, exactly. And so it was probably like, oh shit, we can make something of ourselves and we can put out records and stuff like that. So, so let's listen to this tune and then kind of come back and kind of get into the first Heathen record. So this is the Blondes in Black from 1982 from Anvil Chorus. was Blondes in Black from Anvil Chorus. So some good stuff, kind of a good little kind of spark plug there. And, but pretty much now the band's pretty well set together. And it's going to be interesting for these guys. And, Sacred Reich, I feel like, is kind of almost in the same boat sometimes, that they'll put out a record and then like the next record comes 4 years later and then 20 years later and then 10 years later. It's like these huge gaps for these guys, and I don't know, that's like always interesting to me, like how a band does stuff like that, like whether it is like band problems or that they just have like issues with their record companies. I mean, I know that Breaking the Silence, this record we're about to talk about, comes out on Combat, and I was listening to, I think it was an interview with either David, the vocalist, or Lee, and they were kind of talking about how they had management problems, and that's why they like quit Combat and then kind of signed with Road Racer and didn't put out a record for 4 years because they were like dealing with some of that shit. And it's like, I feel like Heathen just kind of like is one of those bands that had bad luck, maybe. And that's
I mean, look, even Exodus, look how long it took to get their first record out.
Yeah, that's true.
There's just like weird shit. Plus, like, imagine how difficult this stuff would be if you didn't, like, without the internet. Like, it's all mail and phone calls, and you got to pay for long distance.
Yeah. And it's weird that you would think almost because of, and again, Metallica wasn't like hotcakes right out the gate. I get that. But by 87, you'd think like bands from San Francisco, that there was like a microscope on that particular scene because of the bands that were coming out of that there might be more, more people willing to like sign those bands or push them because they were kind of connected to that. But I don't know. I don't really know how the optics of thrash, like in terms of album sales, were in the mid 80s. Maybe it's less than what I'm thinking. You know what I mean?
They're probably fine, but I think most of those deals, it wasn't a huge deal it was a big deal to get your record pressed and put out by another label. But then like you had to, like, Metallica got on like Ozzy tours and, Venom, and like everything worked in their favor. I think it's incredibly rare. They
got seen by the right people and stuff, and DJs would play them even though they didn't have videos on MTV.
Well, and Lars is in the band. He's like the fucking hype man.
Yeah, it's true. He's
like, if you don't have a guy like that in your band and your manager's not doing what they're supposed to do, then you're kind of fucked.
Well, and it seems like, their leader is Lee, but he's, he moved to the U.S. at 15 from the Soviet Union. You know what I mean? So I've heard him in interviews, and he speaks pretty good English and stuff like that. He obviously made his way pretty okay, but he might be more shy. He might be more reserved than your average kind of band leader type guy. Yeah. And so I think David, by default, because he's the vocalist, I think he kind of became kind of a spokesman in a certain sense as the vocalist and stuff. But
I think some bands they want the music to speak for itself, and for these guys it does. But if you're not screaming it into the wind, you've got to get it under the right people's hands.
Sure, yeah.
And like, I don't know how many shows they were playing. Metallica was doing nationwide tours early on.
Yeah.
Out of car, just like Slayer, coming here in 85, playing Flint, Ukrainian halls and shit.
Yeah, just touring their asses off.
Yeah. That was the only way to get, word of mouth, see people in tours, then get the records,
Yeah, for sure. So these guys now are a band fully formed, and they put their debut out, Breaking the Silence, in 1987 for Combat. And I listened to all this last night, even though we're just going to play a pair of tunes. It's the more I start to listen to it, the more I dig this record, and I think I'll probably
like it a lot.
It's got like a real like Peace Sells, kind of Killing Is My Business, kind of Megadeth kind of feel to it.
There's lots of new album in it.
Yeah. Yep.
Especially like Priest, like in the rhythm guitars.
Okay, I can hear that in the rhythm. The leads remind me of Mustaine, like older kind of Mustaine type stuff.
Yeah. I think the Death by Hanging and then Open the Grave are the two that we're going to be discussing a little bit. Open the Grave's got a lot of like Merciful Fate orchestration kind of stuff going on, like how it tells the story audibly through the song.
Yeah, and a lot of like, especially in the midsection, you get a lot of like Yngwie, like neoclassical guitar shit. You know,
there's a lot of that.
They sort of introduce that kind of part, but like Death by Hanging, this opening riff we're gonna hear here. I mean, it's straight up. It's like a straight new album riff. You know, it like reminds me of like, kind of reminds me of like Evil Has No Boundaries. The like sort of the opening of that, or the opening of like Am I Evil? You know, it has that sort of like that kind of epic kind of feel. And both those songs, I mean, obviously Diamond Head is, you know, 100% new album, but like even Evil Has No Boundaries, that Show No Mercy kind of had a lot of new album priestisms kind of, you know, for a Slayer record, you know. For
sure. And this has that like dry guitar production and wet drum production. It's kind of like weird dichotomy. Like, yeah, that a little bit of that, and it's like some of the early Metal Blade Slayer.
Yeah.
This isn't quite as like drenched in reverb, but it's just it sounds like somebody doesn't really know exactly how to capture what they're trying to do. But it's charming.
I think that's a good way of describing Breaking the Silence, is like when you compare it to like Victims of Deception, like it maybe doesn't have like an identity as much, you know. It's a great like thrash record, but I think I could see a record like this kind of getting lost in a lot of the shuffle in like 86, 87.
Yeah.
Whereas to me, Victims of Deception seems so kind of above other records in a certain sense. You know, I mean, you kind of said it has like this perfect tone, this like perfect guitar crunch, like really good songwriting. And Breaking the Silence has all those things too. I mean, you can hear it on Open the Grave, which I think Open the Grave to me is the reason I picked it out, is because I think it like hints at where they're going to go with like longer songwriting in the future. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they might have the longest songs out of anybody we've done.
Yeah.
Consistently long songs.
Maybe when you talk about like the second and, I guess it'd be the third and fourth Dark Angels, like they had a lot of long songs too.
Yeah.
But that's maybe the only band I can think of that was doing a lot of that. I mean,
like 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
You know?
Flotsam did too on that debut, Down Doomsday.
Okay.
But that was just in the middle. It was just like 2 songs back to back that were both like 8 or 9 minutes long. And then I think everything else was like 4 or 5. So,
I mean, that's another reason they might not have made it in any kind of like even specialty radio show, because it's too long.
Yeah. I mean, the big song that they released for Breaking the Silence wasn't even an original. It was a Sweet cover of Set Me Free. Mm-hmm. And, which is great. It's a great Sweet song, but like that's, you know, Quiet Riot pulled that off, and a few other bands have done that, like kind of getting their big break through like a cover, but it's not always it's not the smartest way, because then of course when people buy the record and then they hear fucking Open the Grave, it's not a Sweet cover, and they're just like, what? You know, like, what is this shit? You know? So
well, they did a Rainbow cover on this album as well.
That fits better almost on Victims of Deception. You know what I mean? Because there's like a Dio quality to his voice to begin with, in terms of his like abilities. Yeah. And that, I don't know. And again, I love Sweet. I probably like Sweet more than your average person, but to me it's like a weird thing, because who are you appealing with a Sweet cover as your first single? Like, are you going to bring in people that, you know, like, to me, Sweet is a band like I associate more with like Motley Crue or like the glam stuff, because they were a glam band, you know, and they were kind of proto metal. Sure. Had some cool riffs and shit. But to me, it's like, if Quiet Riot covers Sweet, that makes a lot more sense to me, because when I buy that Quiet Riot, not only am I getting the Sweet cover I want it, but I'm getting songs that are in the range of Sweet. If I buy Breaking the Silence because it's got this Sweet cover that I saw on Headbangers Ball on MTV, and then I go home and I hear Death by Hanging and Open the Grave, is that your target audience? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, who are you? I wonder if
it's opposite, because anytime a band does like an off-ball or off-the-wall cover, it always makes me go back and check the band out.
Oh, you mean check out Sweet?
Yeah, instead of like being pulled because of that.
Sure. But
and even like the Slayer covering Priest, I didn't even know that was a Priest song.
That's true. When I had that on cassette tape, yeah.
I didn't know that until, you know, years later.
Yeah. But that's an established band. I guess what my question is like, for a debut record, your opening single on MTV to be a Sweet cover, I don't know, is it risky? Because like I said, who are you selling to? Because are you hooking the right people into your band? Are you going to hook people who then when they get your release are kind of like put off by the fact that it's not a bunch of Sweet type music? I don't know. And
it seems like a marketing idea, not a.
That's what I was gonna say. It's almost
idea.
like bad marketing, and that's maybe why they didn't take off as much as some of those other bands, you know. Because I even like the Sweet cover. I don't hate it. We're not playing it, but again, it's like, you know, it's just a weird choice, I guess. You know, to really, it's not a weird choice that it exists on the record. I have no issues with that. It's just a weird choice that was the video that was like pushed and stuff. So, but yeah, so like Death by Hanging is kind of more kind of standard, you know, kind of thrash tune. And like Mark was saying on Open the Grave, a lot of the cool sort of classical stuff. And maybe what you picked up on, and this, you mentioned Merciful Fate, and I didn't really think about it, but I kind of said, you know, as the solos kind of come out in the second half of that song, I said the mood moves to sort of a melancholic, reflective mood in the first half to like a rapid fire in the second half. Yeah. And like maybe that melancholic thing in the first half, maybe that's the Merciful Fate thing.
That's the Merciful Fate's always got this kind of like, you know, melancholic longing in their leads and stuff. There's always some kind of like deep sadness, where it seems like a deep like gothic pomposity to some degree in a very nice way. Yeah,
no, and I guess my thought is this, and this is kind of interesting to think about. It just kind of came to me. You know, Lars, a lot of what made Metallica kind of have like this extra dimension to them, perhaps you could argue, is that Lars came from Europe and moved into that scene. And think about Lee. I wonder like what music Lee was listening to in the Soviet Union. Again, I don't know, you know, like in terms of censorship and what stuff was like making it through, but it's almost like, you know, the stuff Lee, like was Lee like more apt to listen to like European metal than like his contemporaries in San Francisco because of where he comes from, that he was maybe drawn to like Yngwie and drawn to more like neoclassical or Merciful Fate, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, because he's an outsider coming into America, he's almost like bringing like a different set of like thinking about music, and European music tends to be more classically kind of, you know, European metal tends to be a little bit more, you know, pomposity and technical and stuff like that. Right. That
makes sense. I mean, it's like it's kind of the root for heavy metal.
Yeah.
You know, the classical style, like, is like rock and roll is more, you know, blues based instead of metal's definitely more classical, more European.
Again, I don't know. I'm kind of drawing a weird thing. I mean, again, I know he was a huge Thin Lizzy fan, and they're Irish, but they had some mainstream American kind of presence by then too. But
yeah,
it's just interesting. Yeah, something to think about. Like maybe like that's the added weird ingredient to Heathen that some of the other bands had, you know, or didn't have. Excuse me. I mean, Testament had it only because Alex kind of is so well trained, right? He's like a little bit different than your average like lead guitar player, you know, of that era for a thrash band, I guess, you know.
But I never remember any of his solos.
I remember Return to Serenity. That's the one that like sticks out to me. Yeah, you're right. They're sort of like, that's not why I listen to Testament, I guess. Yeah, you're not wrong.
It like adds like a layer of, you know, interest or something, but it's not like George Lynch. I remember his solos.
It's true,
but they're not like flurries of notes as much. They're kind of, I don't know. They're more angular. They're more of like a counterpoint to Dokken's songwriting.
Yep. Yeah, and it's almost like you get the feeling, and this is true of a lot of those like kind of MTV 80s bands, you know, the hair metal or whatever you want to call it. It's almost like when their solos began, like the whole song kind of stops and like the spotlights go on that guitar player. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think Lynch benefited from that because he could put his money where his mouth was, right? Or his mouth were, you know, whatever. So he could step up. You know, Eddie Van Halen could step up. Randy Rhoads could step up. Not all the guys could. You know, CC's a fine guitar player, you know, but he's just doing what he can do, you know, and he's a great rhythm player, you know, and stuff, but I don't know. So yeah, it's interesting. That's a good kind of point about that. And I think like Lee and Doug and what those guys are kind of doing with the guitars, not just on Breaking the Silence, but certainly, you know, more so on Victims, you know, they're bringing like a lot of outside ideas and stuff. I mean, even what like Doug was doing in that last song we heard on Anvil chorus, the fact that like, you know, Sales of Charon is like a tipping point. You know, the fact that he's like already kind of rooted in like Teutonic metal. You know, when like a lot of bands maybe weren't. I know Kirk was like, that's like Kirk's favorite song of like all time is Sails of Charon. So, and he's a big Schenker guy. Yeah. So it seems like there were people in San Francisco in those circles that were definitely, you know, obviously we know Lars was way rooted in European metal and shit. But
I think Open the Grave's got a lot of accept.
Yeah.
Like if I close my eyes and listen to it, I almost feel like Udo's voice should pop in.
Yeah. Yeah. I could hear that too. I said it's like if you took like the main riffing kind of, I said it's like if you took Metallica, Overkill, and Violence into a blender. It just kind of has like some of those kind of things going on, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, and like I said, I think this is a real portent into kind of where we're going to be going after this, which is going back and really kind of breaking down Victims of Deception. So let's do it. Let's get into our pair of tunes from their debut record from 1987, Breaking the Silence. This is Death by Hanging and Open the Grave. And we'll have a little special message from Heathen on our way out. So enjoy.
I'm Doug Pierce. I play guitar in Heathen.
I'm Lee Altus, and I play guitar too.
We're out in front of Ruthie's Inn. It's now Keisha's, but it used to be Ruthie's and Exodus, Slayer. A lot of these older bands started here, you know. And
all the local bands used to play here.
Big local scene here. Metallica played here, and it's been a real legendary club all these years. Metal? Is it just like a bunch of idiots going as fast as they can? I mean, I've never played speed metal, really. I've just played heavy metal. You know, it's like that's what I think of melodic, cool ways of changing really fast rhythms and brutal riffs and stuff.
It's all just metal, basically. That's all it is.
That's better.
Not speed, not thrash, not pink, not brown. You know, just metal.
Just metal, all and good. Real big, real good, real loud, real brutal. Real hopelessly hard for your parents to control.
Yes, I'm free.
Exodus was always, you know, my favorite band from around here.
They'd break glasses on the stage and smash their fists into them, and it was
people would stage dive and dive into the glass, and there would be blood, you know,
but it was
on the
fun,
stage.
you know? They'd just do it.
Crazy.
It was an unbelievable thing. This was back in '83, '84, you know.
Yeah. I remember this one night when Exodus played, and it was like really violent night, and this one guy, like Paul Baloff said, "I want to see a dead poser." And a bunch of, you know, Exodus kids just ran out and found this guy with spandex and slashed his throat.
That was Open the Grave and Death by Hanging. And we got a nice little urban legend there about the story of Exodus from Heathen there. So did they really kill a guy, Mark? Come on. What happened?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think they just tore off his trickster shirt or whatever it was and made an armband out of it.
Boy, I hope it was.
Or they called them scalps back then.
Yeah. Man, I wish I had a trickster shirt. That would probably play well with where I teach because there's a lot of dirt bike people in Armada, I think. So
I'm sure there's one on eBay.
Yeah, I used that term when I wrote the review for Trickster for the history of heavy metal countdown. I called it dirt bike metal, and some people got some glee out of that. I remember when I said that around Chris, and Chris just started giggling uncontrollably. He's like, "Dirt bike metal?" Like I was like, "Yeah, man." That's like a subgenre, dirt bike metal. So, but yeah, I think they touch on some things that, you know, like I remember just recently reading when I posted that Forbidden show, our part 10. Do you remember those rock and roll cards? I think they had them at that record store that we were at.
Yeah,
yeah.
They came
So
out
like
in the 90s.
Yeah, and so like there was a Forbidden one. And somebody posted like a screenshot of it recently, and so I grabbed it. I was like, "Oh, this will be perfect when we release our Forbidden episode." And on the back, there's like a quote from the guys, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't really think of ourselves as thrash. We just like to play like heavy metal, and you know, blah blah." And that seems to be kind of like a common trait, is like, "Don't put me in a box, don't genreify me. We're just doing what we do," kind of thing, you know.
Yeah.
So I think that's just like, you know, we're obviously calling this the thrash extravaganza, but I think you recognize that the variety of all these bands that we've covered over these 13 episodes is kind of vast. You know what I mean? So
For sure.
So now we get to Victims, and, you know, where we started with Hypnotized, and now we're kind of back into the lion's den of, you know, a really good chunk of this record. And as Mark was like alluding to, like, the next 4 songs that we're going to hear from Victims of Deception are 7 minutes, 51 seconds, 9 minutes, 26 seconds, 7 minutes, 8 seconds, and the shortest one, 6 minutes and 27 seconds. And, you know, I mean, the only thing I can think of around this era, well, maybe not around this era because it's 3 years later, but like this is maybe where the Injustice for All comparisons happen, right? Mm-hmm. You know, like everything on Injustice for All was fucking long except Dyer's Eve, which I think was like 5 minutes long. Everything else is like 6 minutes on that record. And then a couple songs are 8 minutes, 9 minutes, you know.
Yeah, I guess they did a one radio edit too.
For one. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, on MTV.
Which is, they kind of take out like some of my favorite parts of the song.
Yeah, some of the awesome parts of the solo. Yeah, exactly. Kind of bums me out. So basically what happens with this record, you know, it's 4 years later. They've moved to Road Racer. Kind of a cool cover. Pretty iconic in a weird way. Like it's something like I looked past along, like when I would see it often, but the more I kind of study it, it kind of has like a Nuclear Assault type kind of feel to it, you know, or
it looks more modern than 91.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's maybe a good way of putting it. And in terms of like the band lineup stuff, they get Darren Minter shows up on drums. I can't remember who was drumming on the previous record. I'm sure it's somewhere in my notes. Maybe it's Carl Sacco at that point left. I think he may have drummed on Breaking the Silence, the original drummer guy. And then Yaz leaves as well, their kind of bass player, and that's where enter Mark Biederman from Blind Illusion. So pretty cool, you know, and it's one of those things like where I remember like when I first was listening to Victims of Deception and kind of reading about how people you know, would compare it to Injustice for All. And like you pointed out, you know, Lars's drumming is even kind of similar to the drumming that Darren does on here.
Yeah, the backbeat stuff, the weird, you know, like why would you put a snare beat there? But it works.
Yeah. But it works. And I remember kind of getting worried because the first few songs you don't really hear much bass, and I was like, "Uh-oh, did they go Injustice for All?" But as we're going to hear, not in this set of music, but the next set.
Yeah, there's definitely hear some.
There's a song where Mark finally gets to do some things, and you're like, okay, it's not completely Injustice for All, so that's a good thing. But yeah, this pair of tunes that we're about to kind of get into here, you know, Opiate for the Masses and Heathen Song. I mean, Heathen Song might be my favorite Heathen song, to be fair. It's close. It changes. You know, there are moments where like I love Hypnotized so much because I mean just the opening riff pattern and shit just really gets me into it. But I mean, Opiate for the Masses is like pure Metallica, palm mute, Kirk Hammett harmonies. You know, like it's I don't know.
There's some straight up lifts of beginnings of Hammett solos.
Oh, for sure, without a doubt. Yeah, and you know, I said. This is where I kind of talked about the tech prog thing. I said this record gets lumped into the tech prog thrash category, but I'd argue that outside of long songs and great musicianships, it has more in common with Metallica, Testament, or Violence than say like Watchtower. And I said, not unlike Justice for All or Rust in Peace, it has some neoclassical stuff that shows up around the 450 mark here.
The Yngwie solos.
Yeah. Before it melds, I said, into a pure Master of Puppets, palm muting glory. It's almost some of the riffs from the title track that are like kind of happening in the song. You know, it's damn fucking close.
I wrote, that there's some of the Metallica things are it's really similar, but it's almost like B-sides or like unused tracks, unused riffs. That I can imagine these riffs being on like a tape in James's car.
Yep.
Like they're so fucking close, but they do something completely different, which works. And there's a really good gang vocal thing where they do the, power, mercy, greed.
Yep. And that's maybe where I kind of detect like the Exodus violence kind of thing that you really grab onto, you know. But I did say like, I said the thing that really makes these guys, and it took me a few listens. I think I told you when we were first pitching this, and I said, hey, Heathen's one. I said the first few times you maybe listen to Victims, you're just going to think it's kind of like Metallica clone or something. But I think what you get is the solos in this song serve as such a really awesome counterpoint to the sort of standard kind of San Francisco kind of riffing pattern that Testament, Metallica, and those bands kind of do, that it works. I think if it weren't for the fact that the two guys are working their ass off with these solos to like kind of do things that Metallica wasn't doing, I think you could easily kind of say, this is just like retread Metallica, but there's enough things in a song like this that, I don't know, it works. For whatever it is, it just like the formula kind of works. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. If it's, like you said, B-sides of Metallica, but does it bother you, I guess? Would be
no, I think it sounds great. I don't think I've ever heard a band that sounds so similar, that like tone-wise, that sound like Metallica, but it doesn't come across as like it really doesn't bother me at all. I'm like excited by it.
Yeah,
because it just sounds so good.
And the part of that I was kind of geeked about from your perspective is when we did, and I probably our non-patrons will be hearing this episode soon, because we did that kind of patron episode where we talked about our favorite Metallica records, and you love Injustice, and I love it too. But that's like for you, and that's like not the most common record that people pull out. Most people usually pull out Ride or maybe Masters or whatever. But
yeah.
And so I was kind of like geek because I was like, oh man, because I already knew this record was like really Injustice for All worship. I'm like, I wonder if Mark's gonna really fucking love this record because of how much he digs Injustice for All, So that's cool. I'm glad that you didn't see it as like too derivative or something like that. But
no, not at all.
But I mean, at the end of that song, I wrote the E string gets abused at the end of that song. I said, like, I mean, they're really working that out, that palm mute E string kind of Metallica kind of thing. But it's all good. So, and then we get to Heathen song, which is the song I alluded to in the first talk set. That's partially written by Jim Sanguinetti from Mordred fame. And this one vocally, I think maybe this is why I dig Heathen song so much, because to me, David really kind of taps into his inner, like Bruce Dickinson, Ronnie James Dio a lot. And he kind of finds like these almost like, and I use the term power metal almost to mean like early 80s kind of stuff, early 80s kind of power metal, speed metal. But it's got like that kind of anthemic quality to some of that early 80s kind of stuff in terms of the vocal hooks and stuff like that. And so it almost makes sense why they would follow this up on the record with Kill the King from Rainbow, because it's like these songs kind of fit together in a weird way. But am I wrong in hearing some kind of Bruce Dickinsonisms a little bit more in a song like this?
I put that too. I put a little bit of Bruce in the delivery, not like in range really.
No,
but like in phrasing.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. The phrasing. Okay. Because it's like, you're right. I'm not hearing him hit like the crazy Dickinson like notes, but something reminded me about that. And again, this is my little hint for our next set. It's not the only time I was reminded of Bruce, and not just from a vocal standpoint. And I'll leave that as like a little ... All right, so that's something that's going to kind of come back a little bit. And I'm kind of curious if you pick up on it when we get to Fear of the Unknown and Prisoners of Fate, which we'll talk about in the next set. But it's got the anthemic quality. You got the Exodus riff that sort of lays in. You can start to hear Mark's bass a little bit more in this song. All right. The vibe I get, all right, is especially from like about the 4:30 mark forward in Heathen song. It's a long song. It's 9.5 minutes long.
Yeah.
This is where I hear like Chemical Wedding, Bruce Dickinson, like sound. Like the kind, how like
I can see that.
Like the combination of Bruce and what he's doing with the vocal phrasing on that record, combined with like what Ramirez is doing with like those really inventive but still like really catchy guitar riffing. Like Accident of Birth and like Chemical Wedding are two of like the catchiest metal records I've ever heard, where like I just want to sing along with everything, and like. But yet it's like still kind of dark and emotive in ways that Maiden always wasn't sometimes, And so
I don't think Maiden's ever that. Maybe like one song, but the albums didn't feel like, I don't know, everything about that. When I first heard Accident at Birth, I was just I thought the cover was stupid. Now I like it, but I was so like I didn't think Bruce could do anything different outside of Maiden. And when he did, when Maiden was probably like their least influential, or their least putting out their worst output in most people's eyes, he put out something that was pretty incredible, and it was like modern sounding, but yet still stuck to his roots and stuck to his strengths.
Yeah, I mean, you hear like the chorus in Chemical Wedding, or you hear the chorus in like, oh boy, now I'm trying to think of the song. It's another long song on Chemical Wedding that just has these incredible like sort of vocal hooks, and I'll find it. I just picked it up here. Book of Thale.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right, like that song, like I get like a Book of Thale, Chemical Wedding feel from like especially the second half of Heathen's song.
You know, I think what I'm hearing in both of those is that they like with the Bruce Dickinson solo stuff. It's all drop D usually for the guitars on those Roy Z.
Yep.
So that adds like a certain. It kind of compresses the guitars down a little bit. And these guitars are compressed in a good way where it pushes the guitars down so they're still heavy as fuck and low, like low rumbling. But then the vocals just soar over the top of that in like a way that you don't hear very often.
Yep.
Everything's like separated and like everything you can hear everything in A Justice for All except for the bass. Mm-hmm. Everything's like kind of on its own frequency and there's like some air in there, and I really like that kind of. With how Heathen does that, especially in this song.
No, that's really well put. And like, I hadn't thought of that, but when I think of like Chemical Wedding, you think of like Bruce is almost like he's like separate from the guitars, because you're right, that drop down kind of guitar. Whereas in Maiden, he like melds in, like everything's like, you know what I mean? It's like kind of the way it's designed. It's kind of all melting together sometimes, Yeah, that's really cool. And one thing I wrote, as I said, has any like metal thrash record started this stacked? I mean, like these 3 songs, you're getting like almost a half hour of music in 3 songs. And it's just like, they're like working you through like a lot of like almost every outside of like maybe Slayer, Exodus, kind of violent, kind of that part of thrash. It's like really working you through like all these different movements. I mean, Merciful Fate, like all these kind of different things that are kind of going on from Hypnotized, Opiate of the Masses, and into Heathen song. And it's just like,
I think Rust in Peace does a pretty good job of that too.
There you go. Holy Wars, Hangar 18, Tornado. Yeah. You're probably right. That's comparable. Yep. There you go. So that's why I wrote it down with question marks, because I couldn't think of anything. And then at the end of this song, I just said like, the guitar solos from the 7-minute mark on, I said they're kind of for me, they're in like best ever thrash, like Hall of Fame kind of territory in terms of 2 guys just kind of playing off each other. And then it kind of ends the way it began with this kind of cool, like acoustic outro, just like the song kind of begins with an acoustic intro. And it kind of reminds me of, I know you're not that familiar with these guys, but Crimson Glory, which is a kind of a cool, kind of prog thrash kind of band from the like 80s. Kind
Proto
of like
power metal or something?
Yeah, they're kind of contemporaries like Queensryche and stuff, but they're better than you probably think they are, actually.
Yeah, I always thought the cover looked dumb.
Yeah.
So that like, turned me off for a long time.
I sold it to Chris because of that reason, and then regretted that immediately years later when I started like trying to track down like gems. I was like, fuck, why'd I sell that to Chris? So I had to pay some money to get it back. But
yeah, this song kind of does for this band what Cemetery Gates did for Pantera.
Yeah.
How it like sums up their entire like toolbox of what they can do in one song.
Every skill is on display with this song. I agree. And I said this might be one of my favorite thrash songs ever.
It's a good one.
I mean, it's kind of like when you blew my mind when you told me like that Sacred Reich might be in your like top 5 thrash records. I was like kind of taken
easy,
aback.
yeah.
And this might be like, for me, this is like my hot take with like this song. I don't know if I'd put Victims in my top 5 like thrash records, but like in terms of songs, this gives me everything I want in in like a song,
Yeah.
I tend to lean more towards like maybe longer, more complicated songs probably than you do, but like this is like, this tickles that, like the way gang vocals tickle, your little thrash, this gets, everything's going on,
And this is the kind of technicality that I like.
Exactly.
If somebody calls this technical, then I like it.
Then you're into it. Yep. I agree. And again, you're a fan of technical because you like Injustice, and that's like the most proggy Metallica record, so
or like the first
like you're
2 Gorguts records or something,
yeah.
There's lots going on, but it's not really. I don't know if it's progressive or not.
it's got some technical qualities to it, but yeah, it's
Sure.
just
time changes. Lots
sure.
of riffs.
Yep, absolutely. So all right, let's get into it. I think for people, maybe our patrons that don't know this record, you're in for a nice little treat here with this pair of songs. So hell, it's fucking almost 18 minutes of music with 2 songs. So it's it's a normal set of music for us. So here's Opiate of the Masses and Heathen song. As Heathen Song, an Opiate of the Masses. One thing we didn't really mention, I mean, kind of brought up with Hypnotized, but like lyrically, they're hitting on like organized religion and stuff like that, which is cool. It's kind of refreshing. These are fairly intelligent lyrics and stuff.
It's doing it in a way that's not as blatant as maybe Possessed or Slayer.
Sure. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. It's a little more subtle. And then this next set of music, Fear of the Unknown and Prisoners of Fate. In particular, Prisoners of Fate, that's kind of become a favorite of mine, and it's funny
because I really like that song.
Remember when I texted you, I think last night, and I said, "Hey, I'm changing some things around," and this was one of the reasons for it. I knew I wanted to maybe throw like the Anvil chorus song in there, and I originally I think had Morbid Curiosity here, which is great because it shows off like that's a good tune. It's faster, it's a little more violent. Mm-hmm. But I was like listening to it, and I was like, Prisoners of Fate came on. I was like, why the fuck don't I have this song on there? Like, I was like, what's wrong with me? So that's when I texted you. I was like, okay, dude, I gotta I'm gonna shift a couple things around. Don't want to because Mark a lot of times will print off the playlist like a few days ahead of time, right? And make your notes on there, and then like sometimes we'll show up. And he's got to deal with like this asshole on the other end who's like, oh yeah, I fucked around with shit. And you're like, what? Like, what the fuck did you do that for? And yeah, it's really funny.
Looks like I've got a new printer. So
there you go. Yeah. Mark's got to deal with my bullshit sometimes that I'm kind of like, I'm like a Brian Wilson. I'm always like fucking like tinkering shit and messing around with the songs and adding this. And
well, you're doing it for the betterment of the show. It's not to like antagonize me. So it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, exactly. But I know there've been times where like we were recording. I'm like, so did you get a chance to listen to the blah, blah? And you're like, wait, what? That got added? And then it's like, we're live and you're like, nope. So I'm like, all right, well, I'll talk about it. Yeah. But Fear of the Unknown, I don't have a lot to say about this tune. It's bass. Yeah. This is Mark's bass making an appearance, which breaks that kind of cloned, Justice production misclaim, that people sometimes tag with. I just said it's another 7-minute non-pretentious gem. You know what I mean?
There's really nice, some more Metallica-isms in the song as far as the twin guitars playing like one octave off.
Okay.
The harmony that we usually like in old Metallica.
Yeah. Yep. I kind of detect, in addition to harmonies, some like kind of Iron Maiden kind of melodies kind of mixed in a little bit in this tune.
There's some like a Steve Harris quality to that song.
Yep, for sure.
Like when he writes, you can tell a Steve Harris song when he writes it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If it's just him doing it.
But I think you're right. I think you nailed like what the main appeal of this is like this song allows Mark to like show off his chops. And it's funny because think about how great a guitar player Mark is. Like he's doing all the shit on Blind Illusion, and here he's like the third best guitar player. So they're like, Mark, we don't really need you for guitar, but would you mind playing bass for us? And I'm sure Mark's a perfectly capable bass player, but it's like his band had Les Claypool, so he didn't need to worry about bass. And so it's like it's just like got a funny trajectory for Mark to be like the guest bass player and just kind of like, okay, whatever. So
when I first heard the song, I had it going on the stereo upstairs and I was doing laundry in the basement. And then when that bass kicked in, I was like, oh
yeah.
Because sometimes toward the end of the record, things get samey,
yes,
it's like 3 songs in a row that are kind of doing the same thing.
And I would say
changed it up a lot.
If there's a critique of Victims, you could possibly argue that the first half is obviously weighted more than the second half. I mean, it's hard to beat Hypnotized and Heathen Song and some of that kind of stuff. But as I think you point out, there's enough variety in the second half that I think it's still like doesn't come off as samey. At least it has some kind of personality to it,
Yeah, it seems intentional. The sequencing is always a weird thing that'd be an interesting show to do at some point, but like how you could, it'd be a lot of work, but like how you could completely change the intent of a record by the sequencing. Oh
yeah. There's probably records, if we thought about them, that if we resequenced them, they'd be better records.
Well, even like the new Enslaved record, when I got a promo of that, for some reason when I downloaded it flipped the first and second song around. So it basically just starts right out with that like Bathory sounding song. I was like, that's a nice choice. And then when I heard the real record, I was like, that wasn't what they're trying to do.
Yeah. So then we get to, like Mark and I said, one of, I think, kind of the accidental highlights, not accidental, but something that like snuck up on me, which is Prisoners of Fate. And this just has some, like, I mean, maybe the strongest vocal performances of the whole record, perhaps.
Yes,
here.
I think so.
This a ballad.
Should have been a single.
This should have been the single. I agree. And maybe it was. I'm not sure what was released from this record.
This would have done okay on MTV.
You would think.
Except, I'll let you say your piece. I've got
go ahead.
Theory about this.
Okay, go ahead. No,
well,
like,
you know how people have usually like a bad opinion of ballads.
Yeah,
and I think they're fine. Like, but back then that was like, you do not do ballads. That's like pussy shit. There's no room for that in thrash metal. Then these guys managed to. If you remix this song where you drop the guitars in the mix, it could sound like a Cinderella song.
Hey, I wrote it's got the feel of Nobody's Fool by Cinderella or a masterclass Tesla song, but with thrash sensibilities.
But you push up, like, and I like that stuff. Those are like all like pleasing attributes, but you don't necessarily want it in your heavy metal. But the guitars are so loud in the mix, it completely changes. So you get like the best parts of, heavy thrash and a nice catchy ballad.
And like catchy metal ballad.
Yeah, you're not losing any intensity either, which is kind of crazy.
Nope. And I mean, let's talk. I mean, the chorus. Life is a gamble. No matter how you play the game, roll the dice and take your chances. Win or lose, it doesn't matter because there's no escape when you're a prisoner of fate. It's simple, but like the way he sings it with so much kind of passion and emotion, like it's kind of moving in a way, and you kind of feel like, fuck, man, there's some like wisdom in that. It's simple, but like, fuck, we are prisoners of fate, and it's rare that like I give a shit about a thrash lyric. I mean, let's be honest, like
it reminds me of Dokken a lot.
Yeah,
like how Dokken's lyrics are not as dumb as you think.
No,
they could seem like on the surface pretty like maybe a little cliche, but you try to write those like that.
Yeah,
that's hard to write that way.
And I mean, that's the takeaway I got for the more I've like investigated like Dokken is that, Don is just a great songwriter. He has his problems, but
his problems singing now, but
yeah, addiction. I mean, he's had some his ups and downs, but he knows how to write great songs.
He does. Yeah.
And I mean, the vocal hooks on Alone Again, holy shit. Fuck,
yeah.
Just like boom. Maybe that's what this song is. This is like Alone Again, but with like thrash version of it or something.
It kind of is, yeah.
It's kind of
even
got
like
that
the solo toward the end actually like is doing the same vocal, like doing the vocal line but reinterpreted in the guitar. It almost reminded me of like how like October Rain builds up to the Slash solo.
Or November Rain.
November Rain, yeah.
I thought you were talking about Typo Negative at first. I was like, wait, Typo Negative? So, and then you said Slash. I was like, oh, yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But it's got, all those hallmarks of like a great pop hard rock song.
And I mean, I always, I grew up in the Use Your Illusion era because that was like middle school, like late elementary. So I was inundated with those, as I'm sure you were, even though you were kind of already had a foot in extreme metal when those records came out.
Yeah.
But I think I underappreciate it because those songs got overplayed. And I went when Guns N' Roses played their reunion tour, like finally with the whole original guys or most of the originals. The first date was in Detroit, and those tickets cost some money. But I was like, you know what? Like, this is part of my childhood. This is worth it to me. Mm-hmm. And I was my takeaway, and if you ask anybody that was at that show, one is there's two takeaways that people have. One is Axl sounded pretty good, better than he had like when he did some like MTV live performances, stuff like the MTV Movie Awards where he was like kind of out of breath and shit, and people were like, "Oh man, Axl's gonna be rough."
He was out of practice.
He was good for being at the first show of the tour, and two, Slash, like
dude.
He's next level live. And I mean, he's next level on those records, but he does it in a way where he's not flashy.
That's the thing. He acts like he's like sleeping on the couch while he's doing those. Yeah. Like he'll chew some gum, or he'll maybe like, widen his stance or something. But he's doing it like with this complete effortlessness as far as his approach.
And you
which
get
makes it
how
even more
like,
cool.
Mustaine like kind of was interested in him joining Megadeth at one point.
Yeah.
Which, his style wouldn't have fit ultimately, but it would have been interesting, you know.
Yeah.
He certainly had the chops, I guess. But when I heard November Rain live and like something about his solo and that kind of atmosphere, that like
that's one of the like top solos ever.
Yeah. Holy shit. And it's like I think we take it for granted because we've heard the song a million times, you know? Like there are
like a couple weeks ago I was watching YouTube on the TV and I went back and I was listening to like different versions of that song because I just remember when I first heard that lead, it just like the hairs on my back stood up, you know, or my arms stood up. It's just like, fuck.
I mean, it's got the same provocation as Stairway to Heaven.
Exactly. Perfectly put.
Stairway to Heaven is a song. I have weird memories of things, and you know that, and so do you. But like, I remember sitting in my in my bedroom. This is pre-CD. And I heard both these songs around the same time, All Along the Watchtower and Stairway to Heaven on Z93, you know, this radio station that we sort of grew up with. And it was like, I had heard of those songs. I think I heard of Stairway to Heaven from Wayne's World, where they go into the guitar store. It was like, you know, and I didn't really get that joke. I just kind of laughed because everybody else in the theater was laughing. So I was like, whatever, you know. And I remember the first time I really, truly heard Stairway to Heaven, I was like, oh, this is like the greatest song in the world. And then I would talk to people about it, and they're like, yeah, dude. Like whatever, like it was old hat. Like they're over it, and I got it. But it's like it's almost like, you know, Schrodinger's cat or whatever. It's like because I didn't know it existed until I knew it existed, it didn't mean anything to me. And once it meant something to me, it like meant a lot to me at a time when like no one else cared about a song like that. Same with like All Along the Watchtower or whatever. And I watched my students go through it in rock history class because I'm showing them stuff that everyone knows that's our age. But like they're discovering it for the first time and their minds are getting blown. And I have to like remember what it was like to be in that moment. You know what I mean? To be like the first time I heard Stairway to Heaven, you know, like you're like floored, and then you overplay it, and then you're just kind of done with it, and you just move forward in your life, like into like other music, you know?
But yeah, I used to be sick of it when it came on the radio, like in the 90s. And then like when that, I don't remember, it was like early 2000s, that BBC Sessions thing came out.
Yeah.
And I just like re-examined them like probably deeper than I had in a long time. And I was just like, fuck, that song is amazing.
Yeah, it's great. It's everything its reputation is. It's just like, you know, I mean.
But I think November Rain's probably the next, you know, spiritual, you know, ancestor to that. Yeah.
I mean, maybe, no, Bohemian Rhapsody's doing something different. You know, that's a different thing altogether. But yeah, I think those are they're kind of spiritual ancestors of each other in a way. So yeah, it's like, so like getting back to Prisoners of Fate, you know, you've got like kind of these sort of ballad like qualities. You know, you've got neoclassical guitar qualities kind of mixed in. There's some George Lynchisms. I mean, I said at one point, like around the 5-minute mark of this song, you know, like I said, it's like George Lynch by way of Jeff Waters from Annihilator. So like Jeff Waters is like this guitar virtuoso kind of guy in thrash sometimes, but he's not always like, I like those first couple Annihilators, but Jeff Waters is like I think he kind of has some Lynch problems, right? He's not always, he needs like a Don Dokken or something like that, you know, almost like pushes talent into like great songs. Like he's got great
weird
talent.
Counterpoint.
Yeah, he's got great talent, but he needs somebody to like challenge him or something like that, you know. And I don't know, it's like, so I get some like Lynchisms, like you mentioned, kind of going on there. You know, I just wrote how fucking great are those choruses. You know, we've already talked about that, and I said there's like the last kind of 2 minutes, there's like this kind of speed, kind of power metal sort of thing that sort of happens. Let's see what I say. The part where he sings the Prisoners of Fate part around 4 minutes, where like he actually like chants it. That's like a weird Iron Maiden like speed metal thing that it just jumps into all of a sudden, and it's really brief. It's like 15-20 seconds, and then like changes into like a whole series of solos from that point on. And the tone of the solos is like what really kind of grabs me. And I have a theory, and we'll come back after this and talk about the theory of what it took me a while to like sit and think about like what the solos at the end of this are, but it kind of reaches this like critical mass point and becomes like symbiotic with like some of my favorite guitar solos of all time. And we'll kind of come back and talk about it and see if you agree with me or disagree and kind of go from there. So let's do it. Let's listen to Fear of the Unknown and then the aforementioned Prisoners of Fate. as Prisoners of Fate and Fear the Unknown. And as he said, life is a gamble, Mark.
It's true.
So I mentioned to you that the vibes I'm getting at the end of Prisoners of Fate, like, we often rack our brains. I remember this time when you and I and Chris, it was when you were living in Ann Arbor, and we were listening to this Swedish band, and we were going to do an episode on them. We had just done, I think we were talking about doing like a Dawn episode or something around that time. And A Blaze My Sorrow, I think we were Chris was like showing us like those later Blaze My Sorrows. And I think it was Abyssos. Do you remember that band Abyssos?
Oh, yeah.
And you remember when we sat around, and I don't know if we ever solved the mystery, but there was a part in an Abyssos song where we were like, what the fuck is that? And like, I'd be like, I think it's Dawn. And Chris is like, no, it's not Dawn. I think it's this. I think it's that. And we were like, we could not, I don't know if we ever solved that mystery. You know, like I have no idea, but I know it was like hotly debated for weeks or something.
I feel like like months later, I was still looking.
Oh, you were still looking?
Yeah, because I would hear something. I was like, "Oh shit, is that what I'm thinking it is?"
And so I was going through that same cycle when I was kind of trying to figure out the last kind of few minutes of Prisoners of Fate, which we just heard there, and I was like, "Is it the Michael Schenker solo on Love to Love?" Which I'm a pretty big fan of. We actually played it on the 1979 year.
The song has that same feel solo-wise, though.
It does, and I was like, God, it's not quite that, but it's fucking damn close. And then I remember one of the songs that I was obsessed with during the quarantine, especially in the summer, and I had just picked up one of my favorite discoveries of the quarantine was I bought the Y&T kind of box set from Amazon that's got like their first 5. Actually, it's all their 80s stuff, the first like 5 or 6 records of their 80s stuff, because they actually had a couple records in the 70s. They were called Yesterday and Today, which is what Y&T stands for. And in particular, there's a tune on Earthshaker, which is kind of, I think their first kind of like more modern kind of 80s sounding metal type record.
Yeah.
And it's called I Believe in You. And I'm obsessed with it, first of all. And I think I was like, maybe that's what it is. And I went, and there's like a point, God, I think it's like at the 5:20 mark of Prisoners of Fate, which like, so with a minute left, where they're literally hitting the same tone as the guitar playing at the end of I Believe in You. And I don't know if you think I'm crazy or not. And I don't know how familiar you are with that Y&T song. And if you think I'm like kind of completely off base with it. So that's my running theory, is that it reminds me the most of that particular song and maybe Love to Love. So
yeah, I would think both of those are really close to the mark.
Okay, so
because
here's what I want to do.
The funny thing is that UFO, like Phenomenon, was like their third record or something.
Yeah, their first 2 were like krautrock type records. UFO,
yeah, it just didn't
UFO
fit.
2.
So like Y&T, it seems like they're on that same trajectory.
Yep. And the first, I think Yesterday and Today, which I think their debut is like 77, and then I think they had a second record in like 79. Mm-hmm. They're great like 70s like hard rock, American hard rock records. You can have, maybe put them in with like Nugent and some of those kind of things. But they kind of lacked an identity. And I think when Van Halen showed up in 78, I think it kicked the ass of a lot of bands, especially in like the West Coast, because they were like, oh shit, I mean, Kiss did that to some extent, but Kiss was already pretty popular by this point, so they were kind of doing their own thing. But when Van
Kiss
Halen
was like Image, though.
Yeah, exactly.
And Van Halen was like, you guys need to go take guitar lessons again.
Exactly. Everybody's got to fucking get their shit together. And yeah, so something kind of happened, and they dropped the Yesterday and Today, and when Y&T, and I know for a fact I remember reading in the Birth of Thrash book that because Y&T was like kind of a California band, I can't remember if they're LA or San Francisco. They might be San Francisco. I might have to look into that.
They're from Oakland.
Oh, Oakland. Okay, well,
yeah, right across the bay.
Right. So I think that meant a lot to some of these bands too. And so I could almost see like through osmosis, people growing up listening to like some Y&T records and kind of pulling some of those elements in. And so maybe that's what Piercy and Altus are doing here. I don't know. It might be just a happy accident. But I do want, as an experiment for our Patreon fans who maybe aren't kind of used to this, I want them to kind of think about it and see. And so I thought, fuck it, it's a patron show. We can do whatever we want. And so let's throw I Believe in You out to them and have people kind of be exposed to it. And I would say this, the first couple minutes are pretty standard, but like the solo work really kind of starts around like 2:30. And from that point on, you'll start to hear, and it just gets more and more kind of, they speed up the pace and the tempo, and like the solo work in this is just good shit. So let's do I Believe in You. Very, we'll throw that out, and then we'll kind of come back and talk about the aftermath of Victims of Deception and all that stuff. All right?
Sounds good.
Cool. Enjoy I Believe in You from Y&T's Earthshaker from 1981.
You came to me with your love to share. Show me always that, oh baby, you'd be right there. With the love we shared and the times we had were like a dream, baby. They were never bad.
So there you go. There's a little experiment there. So I hope people enjoyed that, because I don't know what your thoughts were, but that was a band that I kind of thought, like, I didn't really think much about them. Like, I saw them, like, same with like MSG, right? Michael Schenker band, Michael Schenker group. I just thought they were kind of like a second tier, third tier, like hair metal band or something like that. Like, I didn't really know what they were, and then,
I didn't understand like the pedigrees and stuff either.
Yeah,
Of like MSG, I was like, that's stupid. That's like something that gives you migraines. These covers look dumb. I thought Y&T standed for young and tough. And I didn't really give them the time of day until about maybe 10 years ago. It's a friend of mine who's in a band, or used to be in the band Beast in the Field.
Oh,
drummer.
Jamie. Yeah.
He's the encyclopedic knowledge of this kind of like era of, post
Like
early 80s kind of hard rock.
Sure. Yep. Yeah.
Like
we
Blue
should bring
Murder
him on
and
to do
what
like
was that other one that he turned us on to? I was telling you about that he bought.
Oh, fuck. World War III.
Yes.
Right?
That was what he just mentioned in conversation. I was like, this is fucking bonkers, man. But it's good.
World War III. Yep.
Yeah.
That, the guitar player who played with Dio.
Yep.
Tracy G, right? I think was his name. I think it's Tracy G.
Was that the guy that played with Ozzy?
No. I don't think
that's
so.
what I thought.
No, it's
Gus G.
That's Gus G. That's somebody else. Gus G's the Greek dude, right?
Yeah,
we brought up in the Riding Christ episodes.
Yeah.
No, this is the guy who plays on what's that Dio record from like 92, 93?
Like Angry Machines?
The one before it.
Lock Up the Wolves?
Nope, the one in between. Strange Highways.
Strange Highways. Okay.
He's
That's
the
one I'm
guitar
at least
player on
familiar
Strange
with.
Highways. Yeah. And he had more like of a down-tuned kind of like sinister sound than like, say, the guitar, than like Vivian Campbell or any of the guys that sort of came before. But
Yeah, he was. That's where the drop D came into Dio.
Yep.
Everybody in the 90s dropped D.
That's what you had to do, man. Yep. To survive. Even fucking Geezer had to do it for what was Geezer's band?
GRZ?
GRZ from Fear, with Burton C. Bell from Fear Factory. So I can't remember who plays guitar on that record, but I like the guitar tone because it just reminded me of like a Black Sabbath Fear Factory record or something. It was like a weird mix. I don't know how that record holds up. I haven't heard it in 20 years though, so
I've not heard it in a long, long time.
It's not great, but it's just a novelty. It's a weird kind of like moment in time of like the mid 90s, like just how confused everybody was, so.
We're trying to stay like relevant before people understood that you could just keep doing what you do forever.
Yeah, exactly. So speaking of kind of weird relevancy, they disappear after this, and I don't know a lot about the politics of what happens between 1991 and 2010. I do know that Lee Atlas goes and joins Exodus, I believe in 2005, and he's been with them ever since on guitar.
Yeah. Yep.
And I know that, let's see, the next record they put out is on Mascot Records. I know nothing about that record label.
I think I used to get serviced by them. I don't think it was anything I cared about.
Okay, gotcha. But I know
it might have been like they were putting out like 70s rock bands that were trying to do modern albums again.
Oh, no shit. Okay.
That's what it feels like. I could be totally wrong.
Yeah, no, like I said, I maybe I'm not really sure about them. Mark was obviously just doing them a favor on bass, so he's obviously not going to be back, 20 years later. They bring in a guy named John Torres on bass, and Doug leaves. And I don't really know what the story is with Doug, but, I don't know if he just like retired from the music industry. I didn't really explore his trajectory as much as I paid attention to Lee, since it's kind of more Lee's band. Mm-hmm. But they bring in a guy called Craig and Lum from a band called Prototype, who I kind of remember Prototype. I kind of remember those album covers. I think they're kind of like techie a little bit. There's, they're like kind of known for musicianship, but I honestly, I didn't get a chance to listen to Prototype. I don't know anything about them. He's also in a band called Psychosis. I don't know if you remember hearing either of those bands in like the 90s or early 2000s.
I don't think so.
But that's where he sort of comes from. And they finally reform and put some stuff together. I know that Heathen did play some they played some shows, so they did get together and play some live shows. I know they played the benefit for Chuck Billy, I think when he had cancer.
Oh, yeah.
They were on that, so they reformed to play that. And so I don't know if they're like necessarily unfriendly with each other. I just think like some of the guys have different aspirations.
I think it seems like they're just at a different level than everybody else.
Yeah.
Like Testament and those guys, they've been doing this for a living for 30 years.
Well, and Heathen never broke through. I mean, Victims was like, I think it got a lot of good accolades, but I don't think it really like sold that well. In particular, you know, as Road Racer.
And I don't think they don't really have what it takes for longevity in a mainstream sense.
Sure, yeah, they're not writing catchy songs, or they are, but they're not writing like commercial based songs or anything like that.
No, they're like the kind of band that can put out, 16 albums over the whole career instead of like 5 that make a lot of money.
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
Like most metal bands at this point.
I mean, I guess we know what Doug's doing now. He's been in Blind Illusion since 2017. I guess I just don't know what you know what? In 2009, he's the guy that puts Anvil Chorus back together. So he, that Killing Sun record that I didn't really spend much time with.
Yeah.
He's kind of doing that. He puts together a band called The Company. They're a German band, a German thrash band that he's sort of part of. Interesting. I don't know much about them. Huh. Yeah, in the 90s. So like when Heathen kind of shuts down, he kind of does that. Lee, like I said, gets involved with Exodus. What's David do? That's what I'm kind of curious about, the vocalist. Let's see, past bands. Is he doing anything between 291? No, he sings on a Blind Illusion 2019 single. Mm-hmm. Kind of interesting. He's actually in a band called Defiance and Inner Threshold in the 90s. Just a couple demos, so not really much. So it seems like all the guys are kind of whatever. And then
start having a family, start get real jobs.
And I have like an interesting theory too. Well, it's not much of a theory, but there's kind of like if you look at kind of like bad timing, bad luck, whatever you want to call it. When Victims of Deception came out in 91, it was about 2 months before the Black Album and before Nirvana Nevermind came out. And I think that it kind of speaks to like they're doing stuff that was like, Injustice for All is 88, Rust in Peace is 90. It's almost like by the time they make a record that's like with these long, complicated songs, even Metallica has changed their formula and said, no, I think people are wanting like more direct music, simpler, that. And it's like, shit, if you would fucking put out Victims of Deception like 89, this would be, more highly regarded than I think it is. It's just like at the very end of that thrash cycle. And we've often talked about that with Morbid Saint and Demolition Hammer and some of those bands throughout this journey. Mm-hmm. Timing is everything sometimes, so.
Yeah, a year back then was like a huge deal.
Yeah.
As far as your relevancy.
A lot could change. And so you leave things behind and, a compilation came out in 2004 and it looks like they tried to put something together in 2005. There's actually a demo. Oh, no shit. This is weird. I'd love to get a hold of this. They put out a demo in 2005 and it's got reviews on Metallium and it's like 95%. It's got like 9 reviews. So like people know it apparently, I guess, but I've never heard anything from 2005 demo. But
did you get the Pray for Death, the complete demo collection?
No, I bet it's on there. Although that's
probably everything. Yeah,
going to be playing. Oh, it is. It's on there. Yeah, I'll have to get a hold of that now because we are getting
digital.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, never.
You can buy it off their Bandcamp or something. It's got a cool cover.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool. Yeah, I do dig that cover. But yeah, that's got a collection of their 80s demos and then 2005. Huh. Interesting. We'll have to check that out later. But anyways, in terms of studio stuff, they finally reemerge in 2010. And Evolution of Chaos, like originally I was just going to skip right ahead and play some stuff off their new record because I actually really like their new record. But I was like, well, why just skip this one record? And I looked at the rating and it had a pretty good rating. So I was like, well, it must not kind of be a stinker like some of those like middle Forbidden records that we didn't play in the Forbidden show.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll at least like tip our hat to it. And I kind of like dug into it a little bit. And, the song that we're going to be playing off of it, Dying Season, it's got strong thrash qualities. I think David's kind of taking on a little bit more kind of Bruce Dickinson kind of qualities in the later part of his, at least on this record, a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's cool, like little playful Middle Eastern qualities that like the guitar players are sort of putting in here.
Little sitar sound.
Yeah, but I listened to like the whole record, and it's a little long, and the production's a little sterile. It's not like
production. I hate the drums are awful.
Yeah, and so like
they sound like they're all programmed.
Exactly, it's like very sterile. I guess it's very.
It's like very of the time.
Cold. Yep. It's kind of it reminds me of. It reminds me of like late 2000s In Flames records or something. It's just kind of like,
or like how Primal Fear and Hammerfall, like their production was getting so over the top that it was just like it was almost insulting to your ears or to mine.
Yep. So like I like the guitar playing, I like the vocals, but the everything else just doesn't like completely work for me. So yeah, I think you nailed it. I didn't really put my finger on the pulse of like it was the drums, but now that you say that, it totally makes sense.
It's funny how glaring that stuff is when you go back to certain eras, like how something I've noticed a lot, at least from that early 2000s era, and it started earlier than that actually, when people stopped using the hi-hats and the ride for your main cymbal kind of use, and they started using the crash. So you're going like half time with it, and it makes everything sound like I Hate God. But I Hate God did it better. And everybody played that way for 5-6 years. Everybody kind of sounded the same.
Give me an example of like a quintessential record I would know where that sound is kind of. I mean, I
like
kind of
Entombed to Ride.
Okay.
Where it sounds real noisy all the time.
Yeah.
Like they're playing, instead of playing like the hi-hats, they're doing the crash the whole time.
It's almost like what Pete does on Altars or on Terrorizer, but that sounded like kind of cool and organic with like how
for emphasis. Yeah, for emphasis.
Yeah.
But this like it was cool for a time, but everybody did it.
Yeah.
And it was like
I haven't gone back
discovered
and listened to it. Yeah, I'll have to go back and kind of check it out. So yeah, but for me, I guess like Evolution of Chaos is like cool. All right, fine. Like you said, it ultimately doesn't kind of work. And for me, the real comeback kind of occurs 10 years later. And in September of 2020, here comes Empire of the Blind. And I tell you what, I don't know how much time you spent with it, but I ended up picking up a copy like a month or so ago. And it's not a perfect record. It's very much of it's time. But for like guys in their like, their 50s,
late 50s,
late 50s, like, it's got some balls to it, and it
sounds very German to me.
Yeah, it totally sounds German.
It's got like a power metal kind of undercurrent to it.
Well, like the Blight that we're gonna play, the first thing I said is it reminds me of kind of some of the Newer Testament from like 2008 forward, Formation.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Mixed with German speed power metal like Angel Dust or Halloween, especially with the production, the vocal hooks in the chorus, and the solos. So there's not
as many riffs. Like they kind of everything's a little bit more refined, which I miss them having like 40 riffs per song and all these crazy time changes. But as you get older,
sure,
you don't think that way. I don't think like you're trying to refine everything down.
And I think maybe they feel like they need to prove that they still have kind of the kind of balls or the energy to sort of stay with this. And I think they do that. Yeah, they do that. And so I give them credit for there. To me, one of the things that reminds me of, and I kind of like those newer Overkill records of like the last decade and a half.
They're good.
And I kind of would fit it in with some of that. Like they're great records. They're not things I pull out a lot. Mm-hmm. It's like Newer Accept records, right? Like Newer Accept, some of that's really good. And that's where I kind of place this. Like it's like a really, for these guys to not have made music for really almost like 30 years, one record in 30 years. Good for them. You know what I mean? Like, is it a win album of the year? But like, to me, like compared to like when we listened to like Newer Sacred Reich, and it was like, like you waited that long to do this, and this is all like, it's not a bad record, but we kind of talked about how it lacks some of the balls that like Sacred Reich used to have. At least they're like attempting to kind of have some balls here. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
So I'll give him that. And the Blight's just kind of a fun song. I said the guitar tone kind of reminds me of like newer Exodus, and maybe that's because Lee is in Exodus. You know what I mean? So maybe it's like rubbing off on him.
The thing I noticed about him was that his the precision on those fucking, like, you can tell he's been playing in Exodus for 15 years.
Yeah.
Like
that's like a sharper riffing.
Yeah, it's almost like fucking with sugar riffs or something.
Yeah. Good point. You know, I hadn't thought of that. You know, what that kind of discipline would sort of do to him. And then we get God's Divide, which is one of my favorite songs in that record. Amazing chorus. I mean, it's like fits in with all the newer Exodus, newer Testament, newer Death Angel, like all those bands that are kind of making relevant runs at being like kind of relevant, kind of old thrash bands in like the late 2000s and stuff like that. It's a little more visceral, like you said. It's really angry, kind of visceral and stuff like that. And I just think like, hey, good for them that their aging peers, aren't putting out maybe some records that are quite this good. One thing that's kind of interesting in another song it's an instrumental song that we didn't play called A Fine Red Mist, is Doug Piercy comes back to play a solo there, and Gary Holt and Rick Holnell is on that. So it's like a 3.5 minute, I think, instrumental, but it's like all these like guitar players taking different solos. Kind of cool.
That's cool.
So, yeah. But yeah, so let's kind of get into it. Like I said, I don't have a ton to say about this new record, but like I said, for a 2020 release from a band that hasn't really done much, it's on Nuclear Blast. So
it's got a Travis Smith cover.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to like about this, is what I'm saying, for 2020. So let's go. We got Dying Season from the Evolution of Chaos from 2010. Then we got the Blight and the God's Divide from Empire of the Blind in 2020.
inside. We are the parasite. Unleash the plague inside us. Unleash.
That was God's Divide, The Blight, and Dying Season. And so, Mark, we're going to say our goodbyes here. Thank you, patrons, once again. I think it's, so often Mark and I talk about like the hard work that we've been kind of putting in to really up the ante the last few years with this podcast, and starting to see, like 5 new patrons in like a week and a half sort of span. I was just like, shit, like something's happening here. And we're going to kind of continue with that. And that's one of the reasons why for new episodes, I've already warned the patrons that we'll be releasing some patron shows as new releases. That way we can kind of just keep new episodes kind of out there for the mass audience. But we're going to go back to the drawing board, like I said, do some research for that. And Mark and I have also talked about, and this is kind of exclusive to patron people, our ongoing 27-year neurosis series that we're
our continuing education.
Yeah, that we every 4 or 5 years we pull out another neurosis record to kind of cultivate and curate for you. Is we're thinking of doing the neurosis record, or I guess the one that kind of really put them on the map through Silver and Blood. So we'll probably do that as the next new episode before we got to kind of coordinate with Ian Glasper and find out when he wants to record and give us enough time to do research and stuff. But so that's kind of on the horizon. So that's a patron kind of exclusive thing that you guys are in the know on. And
we'll have to do that one in person, and that's like a whole day event.
Yeah, that's going to be, I've already started to put that record on in the background sometimes just to I need to start slowly getting it back in my system almost.
I think that when we did the last one, the Sun That Never Sets, I think we listened to the whole record together before we recorded.
I think we might have. I think I know what the impetus for that was. It was me driving home from my parents. Mm-hmm. And I think I texted you and said, man, I just got out of the car. And I think there was one point where I almost was like in tears driving because like I just had this like spiritual like thing that floated over me. I just like was like really like caught off guard, and I was like, dude, I think we should do something with this. And so you and I both went into our circles and then kind of came together. Yeah, and then in person we kind of like were rocking that shit out.
Speaking of, since this is a Patreon show, we can go off the reservation a little bit.
Yeah.
Speaking of the recent passing of Alexi Laho from Children of Bodom.
Yeah.
Which, God, he was pretty fucking young. I think he was like 38 or 40 or something.
Yeah, younger than me.
I believe he had some type of like congenital disease or something. But I went back and listened to everything up until Follow the Reaper.
Yeah.
And I was getting some tears with some of those solos on the first record.
Really?
I forgot how good that first record is and how much it sounds like Sentenced.
Yeah, I need to pull those first 2 out. I know Follow the Reaper so well because that was the one that I was really, really into. I think the issue for me was I liked those records a lot, but I wasn't a fully like diehard Sentence person until a couple years later. I think when I was hanging out with you that I became like more. I had like a muck, but I didn't really, I hadn't spent as much time with like the early Sentence stuff.
North From Here and
yeah, like you really turned me on and made me a fan of those records and like blew my mind. I was like, holy shit. So I think now that I love all those Sentence stuff, I'll probably get something more out of those Bodom stuff. So
but I never think of Bodom as a Finnish band either for some reason. And I was like, fuck, there's like a really rich musical history, and luckily somebody put a book out recently.
Yeah.
Of that. So I was kind of like stoked to, I think Decibel's going to put that out stateside.
I got it, but I paid a pretty penny for it.
I almost did, but I was like, I can't spend that kind of money on shipping. So luckily I waited for once.
Yeah.
And
Albert said something. I posted that photo of some of my like recent purchases and things I got in the mail and Christmas presents. And Albert jumped on that Facebook post and he's like, I know a place in America that might be releasing a cheaper version or whatever kind of thing. So,
I'm assuming that's what it's going to be, or bazillion points.
But my assumption is too. Yeah, it sucks because like I want to get through these like fucking British punk books, so that's gonna be my first priority. But as soon as like that's done, then I'd be down for doing like a cool Finnish, metal kind of thing or something like that.
Have we ever done anything with Reverend Bazaar or Impaled Nazarene?
No. And we haven't done anything with Zizma. We've talked about some of that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's kind of a lot of
interesting thing to do.
Well, and like, I think I remember told you like a couple of years ago that I picked up, like the Abhorrence and some of that stuff, you know, like the pre-Amorphous and some of those like weird kind of early 90s, like Finnish death metal kind of thing. So
always had the most interesting guitar tone.
Yeah.
So fucking weird.
Yeah. Totally bizarre. So yeah, there's, you know, some kind of
Convulse.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. No shit. Convulse. I mean, is Demolich Finnish?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Demolich is Finnish. So yeah, there could be kind of some.
So is Nightwish.
Yeah. Okay. Speaking of which, I was going to talk to you about this later, off mic, but fuck it, we'll do it here. So when I was talking to Joe Schaefer, and he and I were in all kinds of kind of crazy conversations, I was, you know, like I said, kind of asking him about like, give me some real things like you like about the podcast, because he's like up to date, like he's already listened to Forbidden Show, like he's on it, and I appreciate the shit out of that. So
yeah, that's cool.
And he goes, "Hey, I got a weird thing I want to talk to you about." And I was like, "Okay." You know, so then he's writing me. I could see like the little like arrows, or not the arrows, but the little like
the ellipsis.
Yeah, the ellipsis. And he goes, I hated power metal until your power metal show. And he goes, you guys turned me on to Primal Fear. You got me to finally understand Halloween. Like he was a really big fan. So like
oh, that's cool.
You know, yeah. So like when I tortured you with some of that shit, like it actually helped some other people to kind of get into it. And he goes, and when I got into Primal Fear, and when I got into like, you know, I started rediscovering some of this stuff, he goes, I kind of opened up some doorways to some bands. And he goes, I would like down the road, if you guys would be up for it, he goes, I want to try and get you guys into Nightwish. And I just said, I go, well, I said, just hold on. I said, I've recently tortured Mark, so we probably need to like give it some time, but maybe down the road, it could be an interesting thing. He goes, I think I could put together like a playlist to like convince you guys of the value of them. And I said, I'm probably an easier Mark than getting Mark into it. But I said, I'll mention it to Mark and see how he feels about it, you know? And so it's interesting you brought up Nightwish, because I was like, I'll tell Mark sometime down the road. But I kind of just said, yeah, I think it could be a cool idea. But I said, like, we're kind of doing these things right now. We've got some projects lined up, so it might not be for a little while. But I just felt bad because Andreas has your back, because Andreas is always like, quit torturing Mark with this shit, you know, because I think Andreas and you are pretty aligned in terms of your musical tastes and things.
Yeah,
so,
sounds like it.
So I was like, yeah, I'll mention it to Mark soon, but like, it's nothing like we need to get into anytime. So maybe down the road, there might be a weird Joe Schaefer tries to like get both of us into Nightwish, because I'm really not, I mean, I don't hate Nightwish as much as like, I just don't have much of an opinion on them. It's just never been anything I've really tried to get into.
It just doesn't really do much for me.
Yeah. At least
I can appreciate their goal. I think I've only heard the first singer, and I think they've had a couple.
Yeah, I don't know.
But just that type of music doesn't really excite me very much.
And I warned Joe of that. I said, yeah, you might be like it might not go the way you want it to. And he's like, oh, that's fine. He's like, I just think it'd be fun and blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, I'll mention it to Mark. So who knows, patrons, maybe.
If he can make it like the most concise 30 minutes of Nightwish, that would be more interesting than like a deep dive, all inclusive, like 2.5 hour thing.
I think his goal would be like, here are like 6 songs that like might change your opinion on Nightwish or something. Like, I don't think he's going to try and give us the entire history of Nightwish. I think it's more like what I was doing power metal. Like, here are some songs I kind of selected that I think you might not hate, you know?
Yeah.
So kind of thing. But I don't know. I just laughed when he sent that to me, because it was like the weirdest cryptic thing. He's like, I got something really weird to ask you. And I'm like, what? Where's this? Where's this even
type are you?
Yeah, exactly. And then it was like, I really want to try and get you and Mark into Nightwish on an episode. I'm just like, what the fuck? This is Joe Schaefer, right? You know, the guy who's like, you know, Tribulation and, you know, fucking Snow White and stuff. I'm like, that's out of left field. And I go, yeah, I didn't realize you were into power metal. He's like, I wasn't until like your fucking episode. I'm like, okay, cool. You know,
well, maybe we can get Theater Tragedy in there too.
Yeah, that's a whole
Coil.
That's a whole.
Did you realize that the drummer for Theater Tragedy is Norwegian, and he was like in the Pre-Enslaved band? What the fuck was that called? Scum?
Really?
What was that called?
I think I knew Theater Tragedy in general. I think aren't all of them Norwegian?
No, I think some of them are German.
Oh. Yeah, you might be right on that one. Huh. No, I did not know that connection.
That Enslaved documentary series that's on YouTube right now.
Which I got to fucking watch.
It's fucking incredible. It's a 12-part series. It's done by like basically their equivalent of like PBS.
Yeah.
But it's so exhaustive that they like get the entire band together. Like everybody that's ever been in the band so far.
Okay.
They track down like Trim and talk to him about shit. The entire original. Let me look what that band was called real quick.
Okay. But is Harold on there? Harold Helgelson, the drummer on Eld?
They haven't got to Eld yet.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm excited because that's like
Phobia.
This is like
was the band.
one record. What's that?
Phobia.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't the grindcore band, but that was basically Ivar and Gritla, and then Heinfrode and somebody else, this other dude. But they get the whole original band together, and they're hanging out and eating pretzels and shit. That's a really good show.
And it's on YouTube?
Yeah, I'll send you it's all subtitled.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm down.
I think there's 7 parts right now. They're like between 30 and 40 minutes each.
That's the kind of stuff I need to like watch more than movies sometimes. That's like a little bit more attainable. Because they're how long are each little part?
They go from like 18 to 25, 30 minutes.
That's what I need. I need like little chunks when I'm eating dinner because what happens is I'll put on a movie when I'm watching, or when I'm like eating dinner, and then I'm like committed for like an hour and a half, and then it's like late, and then I'm like, I don't feel like grading now, and then I wake up the next morning and regret my whole life because I'm like, oh shit, I'm another day behind. So but 20 minutes I can commit that and then still feel like I have time to like get my shit done that I need to. So
yeah, these are good. It's cool that in this day and age, a public television service could put together that long of a show about a progressive black metal band.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, we couldn't do this podcast like 2 decades ago.
No, the technology wasn't there.
We wouldn't have the resources to be able to do the research necessary to do the kind of podcast we want.
Oh no. I mean, like Popoff is an anomaly. Like he has, his brain works in a very specific way, and he's been a journalist for years and years and years. So he has like archives, but now everybody can be a little bit like Martin, which is kind of nice.
I mean, can you imagine? In a sense, I mean, I could make an argument that when Choosing Death came out, I bet that probably planted a seed in your and I's brain that like people are historically contextualizing like what this is. And like, granted, we didn't start Requiem for like 2 or 3 years after Choosing Death came out, but I think on some level that's like a game-changing moment because it like sort of set the path for like kind of extreme metal journalism like moving forward, or at least extreme metal historians kind of trying to capture like what this was and how it evolved and blah blah blah.
Yeah, to that point, nobody had done like a history of how any of this shit started. It was all like stuff we read in zines and old interviews, but not fully put together by the people that were there. Yeah.
And I think like 2006, Metal Headbanger's Journey came out. And that was like, oh shit, here we go. Here's another layer. And then fucking Metal Evolution. And it was like, okay, we're off to the races. People are like, and we kind of jumped right on that, and I think when Metal Evolution came out, we were already podcasting because we were
deep into it.
I think you were living here when those episodes started coming out because we'd be like, oh fuck, new episode on.
I still throw those on in the background. They're great.
I love them. Yeah. I only wish that, I know that the Extreme Metal one is on YouTube, but because I have like the box set and that's how I usually kind of watch them.
Yeah.
It kind of bums me out that it's not like on that box set, even as like a bonus.
Yeah. I think that was only done digitally because I paid for it. They did like I don't know if it's like, maybe it was a Kickstarter because they did that At the Gates Slaughter the Soul documentary too, if you remember that. It was only a half hour.
Yeah.
Or 40 minutes or something. But like I pledged like $5, then like 8 months later that thing popped out and so good.
So speaking of which, I don't know if I told you this, but I pledged personally, I think like $100. It was like got you in at like a certain level where you get your name in the book. And I think I don't think I used a personal name. I think I used Requiem Metal Podcast. I didn't use Requiem Metal Money, but I just was whatever. It was like Christmas and I had some extra funds or something, coaching check. but they're putting together, it was like almost like a Kickstarter thing for, I believe it's like a history of like Dutch metal book that's being put together right now.
Oh, cool. I know there's a documentary.
Yeah, maybe it's that. So like our name will be in the credits when it ever comes out, and I'll get like a physical copy of it and maybe a shirt and some other things or whatever. So
sweet.
Whenever that comes out, yeah, it's so Requiem Metal Podcast helped make that happen, I guess. Or
you
whatever.
can find the trailer on YouTube, I think.
Oh, can you? Okay, that's maybe where I saw it. Like Chris
pretty
was
fucking incredible how many people they interview for that.
Yeah,
anybody you can imagine
doing a cool job. So
yeah.
So I mean,
this is a great thing about getting older. Like our metabolism slows down and our hair starts getting gray and thin, but we get great documentaries about shit we love.
Yep. It's almost like this is our version of like the baby boomer stuff. You know, like the baby boomers are obsessed with like the 60s and 70s rock stuff, and now like all the 80s, 90s stuff that like we grew up with is like being really, magnified and looked at and dissected, and it's cool. Fucking A, why not? So they got their run.
I think I first got the taste of it with a Hard and Heavy Grind Crusher special. Grindcore special, and then it's only taken 35 years to really come to fruition. Get bazillion points and all this other stuff.
Absolutely, which it's appropriate because we did play a little clip from Hard and Heavy for our patrons from that Thrash episode. So cool. So what we decided would be kind of fun to kind of close things out, since most of you as patrons, especially people that voted for it, know Victims of Deception really, really well, is we're going to play a song from Victims of Deception, but a different version of it. And this is Mercy is No Virtue, which is one of the heavier songs on the record, along with Morbid Curiosity, probably one of the more like fierce, like visceral kind of tunes. Lyrics are pretty cool. It's about like government using like psychological oppression and propaganda to like control people, which is kind of apropos for January 2011 or
2021.
2021. Yeah, I'm off by 10 years. I don't even know what the fuck's going on. But this is a version from 3 years before, and it's from 88, and I kind of stumbled on it, and apparently it's available on that thing Mark mentioned, that all the collection of demos that you can get on Bandcamp, and it's with Paul Baloff singing. And it's demo quality. It's not great, but for Heathen fans or people that like Victims of Deception and maybe like old Exodus, this is kind of a cool little Venn diagram moment of what that could have maybe looked like. I mean, I'm glad. I like David. He's the right vocalist for Heathen, but it's kind of an interesting kind of what if scenario, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And Paul Baloff, he's not on a lot of records, so it's kind of nice to highlight him.
Well, he did one is. He did that live record because that's the only time I saw Exodus with Baloff.
I was there. That was Milwaukee Metal Fest in '97.
Was that another lesson?
And that's when
in
they
violence?
did another lesson in violence. Right? Was with Paul.
Yeah.
Yep.
'97 live album.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and that's when we saw him. That was that first Metal Fest I went to with you and Chris. So.
That was cool to be able to see him with a band.
Yeah, that's another one like Venom in '97 where you guys were typing it up, but I was so young I didn't appreciate it at the time.
Yeah, original fucking lineup.
Yep. I knew I liked the songs, and I knew Exodus, but I don't even think I owned Bonded by Blood then. I knew Toxic Waltz and shit. So it was like a weird...
You had like Fabulous Disaster or something?
Yeah, maybe. It kind of bums me out because if I could go back now, I would really like appreciate all those songs,
Yeah.
And at the time I was like, oh, this song's cool. What's this called? And you guys are like, it's Piranha. And I'm like, oh, like, fuck, it's like when we walked away from King Diamond shows and some of that kind of stuff back at, Metal Fest, I don't know.
Yeah. Luckily the King is even better now.
Yeah. We've gotten a chance to see them.
I've seen them a couple times now. So
yeah, absolutely. We got to see him play all of fucking Abigail. Man,
that's filmed actually for a DVD you can buy on Metal Blade.
Remember, one of my former students was outside. Remember running into him? He took a photo of you and I out front. He was there as like part of the film crew, like filming that for probably that DVD, which is pretty.
They had like those weird, like they use in football, those like little wire lines that you can run cameras down.
Yeah,
they had some of those going there at that night.
Who opened? Was that Anthrax or was that Motorhead? Or was that Exodus?
I think it was Exodus.
That was Exodus that night.
Because
Yeah.
Gary Holt wasn't there, but Zetro was singing. And that's the first time I saw him with him.
Huh. Oh, you know who we saw on stage that night? We fucking saw Lee Atlas from Heathen on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah. There
Little
you
did
go.
we know.
Yeah, so there you go. Full circle back to fucking Heathen. So enjoy Mercy is No Virtue from the Paul Baloff demos. Not sure when we'll get a new patron show out. Might be a little while. We'll have to think of what we want to do, but this should tide you over. I'm sure it's pretty long by the time we kind of throw all this together. And once again, we appreciate all that you've done, and we hope that as we we close the Thrash series officially with this. And
I think we just put a bookmark in it.
Yeah, put a bookmark. I think
until we
the
go
next
across
time
the
we
ocean.
pick it up. We might travel somewhere else for the next one. Maybe do one with like Canada or the Americas, so we can include some Brazilian and Canadian stuff, or maybe even a European one. Who fucking knows? So the sky's the limit, man. There's a lot of bands and a lot of different subgroups for us to explore. Who knew after like 13 years that we'd still be like tons of doors to kick in that we still haven't covered. I mean, like we talked about, we still haven't fucking done a Venom show. I mean, there's just like a lot of that we've just kept open, which is cool, So,
yeah, I'd like to do a Venom show of their like post Chronos era, because there's some good albums there.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about some of that stuff because I don't know as much about that, and it kind of forced me to kind of digest it. So, who knows, patrons? Maybe later in 2021, you'll get some Venom from us. So,
see, that's the thing is I like that. I don't feel like it's ever a slog when we go back in history a little bit. But when it's like somebody like, oh, you need to check out all the In This Moment records or whatever. I don't even know where that came from, but like stuff that has no track record. I have less of a. I'm less inclined to like care.
Well, I think our strengths are history, and it's probably because of my background and the fact that you've been in this scene as a observer / journalist type person since the early 90s. And so we bring that kind of combined effort of context, and there's no context for 2020 records or 2018 records. I mean, usually there's
get a lot of solicitations.
What's that?
We get tons of solicitations.
Oh, yeah.
And people are like, hey, do you want to do interviews? Like, have you ever listened to our show?
Yeah,
we very rarely do interviews. We have a guest like host on or something.
Like, we're more apt to bring on like people who have written books or like famous journalists who can also provide context than like, here's an interview with such and such, because everyone's heard that interview. It's the same fucking interview. Mm-hmm. It just is. I mean, no matter, I mean, even like the Hall of Fames, which I love from Decibel, like it's a lot of like similar, like what were things like in the studio, like it's those kind of stories, and it's like cool. But like,
it's a formula.
I want to know like where everything fits and how it's interconnected to all these like other things. I don't know. That's always seems interesting to me, and I think it seems interesting to you.
Oh yeah. Seeing like the broader picture of all this stuff, how certain things like certain bands like fill in the whole of how a genre went from one thing to another. Yeah,
and it's tough to do that with new stuff unless it's like a new thing from a band that we've already like. Talking about Empire of the Blind in 2020, I can connect that back because we're talking about 87 and 91 before that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's fine.
But as far as like doing it, because we used to do full episodes or like split episodes on contemporary bands.
Yep.
And I don't really feel I don't have very much to say.
No, it's just like, hey, we like this record.
Yeah, that's like we stopped doing the year end lists because they're not. Yeah. I think we both like the kind of like evergreen episodes that it doesn't matter when you listen to them. You could listen to them 10 years from now or listen to them yesterday.
I think that's the key. Actually, this is kind of cool. I'll tell this little story and then we can kind of get out of here. This week, there's this kid, I think he's maybe a sophomore, and I've seen him kind of wear a Slayer shirt before, and I've kind of like talked to him about Slayer a little bit and stuff, but I think that's his.
Did you scream fucking Slayer at him?
No, I didn't. But I do give him like the devil horns, and I think I told him I had a tattoo, and then but I've never had him in class. He's just a kid I've seen in the hallway sometimes, and he kind of like I caught him in the hallway, and I don't know like how it kind of happened, but like I kind of brought up like maybe he was wearing a hat with like a something. I was like, oh, we've done an episode on them. He goes, what do you mean an episode? I said, oh, we have a podcast, and I thought I'd maybe told him that. He's like, oh, what it's called, and he had his phone like on him. And Requiem Metal, blah, blah, blah. And he comes back the next day, like after school, and he goes, I listened to like 4 of your episodes last night. And he's like, I went back. He goes, I can't believe you guys did an episode on like Opeth. Like, I love Opeth, blah, blah, blah. And then he was like talking to me about like Opeth and At the Gates and blah, blah, blah. And it was really funny because, like, I mean, imagine this conversation, and, you know, you have to be kind of like careful to not like burst bubbles. But he was like, you know, it's crazy. Like, Slaughter of the Soul, like, that record's so good. And he goes, and like, you know, like there were all these like metalcore bands that came out in like the early 90s, and like they were all ripping that album off. And I was like, yeah, you know, yeah, like he's getting it. But I got to remember, like, we didn't know that shit when we were 15 or whatever, you know, we're like putting all those pieces together. And so he's into it. And we started kind of like talking about, like, he's like, I really fucking love like melodic death metal, especially like the 90s, like In Flames and Dark Tranquility and At the Gates. And I ended up like playing him Eucharist, and his mind was fucking blown. He's like, holy shit. And I was like, yeah, check these guys out. And I was like telling him this episode. And so who knows, this whole weekend he might just be like mainlining fucking old like Requiem episodes and like coming back. And I don't know. It was just interesting because he goes, man, you guys like talked about like you guys met Opeth? I was like, yeah, we've met them and like hung out. You know, it was like,
he used to write reviews in our old magazine.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I took them out to eat. Like Chris like has stayed with them. You know, we're thanked in a couple of his like albums, and he was just like mind blown. You know, and I was trying not to like overwhelm him, but it was cool that like, you know, here's this kid, and I haven't had him in class. I don't know if he's a good student or not, but he's definitely into it. And so the generation lives on. So here we go, you know, passing off the knowledge and stuff to younger kids. So, and that's anything
about 2020, as shitty as it's been, at least there's another generation of kids that are exploring and falling in love with heavy metal.
There you go. And the reason I thought of that story is because you mentioning the evergreen quality of our shows. That like, he went back and listened to an Opeth show we recorded in 2008 and enjoyed it. You know what I mean? Because it holds up, you know, and that sort of thing. So. And with that, let's get out of here with a Paul Baloff version of Mercy Is No Virtue from nothing, from the demos, but eventually from Victims of Deception. So for Heathen, for Victims of Deception, and for patrons, I'm Jason.
And I'm Mark.
Super Lover!